morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for May the 6th. I hope everybody's having a good morning, and it is customary for us to begin each one of our meetings with a invocation by a sitting commissioner. And of course, during this time, you're welcome to stand and join us. You're welcome to use this time for your own prayer, or you're welcome to use it for a moment of silence, whatever you have on your heart this morning. We're also very proud to do a pledge of allegiance to the flag at each one of our meeting beginnings, and that will be Commissioner Wayne Outlaw will be leading us in that. And at this time, I'll call on Commissioner Sue Leggett for the invocation. Good morning, ma'am.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to gather as one people. Lord, we ask for your wisdom, guidance, and discernment as we conduct the business of Nash County. Please be with us today, and may everything we do be honorable in your sight. Lord, we ask these things in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioners. We're now on item number 4, which is approval of the minutes for the previous month of April. During the month of April, we were pretty busy as a board. We had a meeting on April the 1st, a budget meeting on April the 11th, recess budget meeting on April the 12th, and a recess farm preservation meeting on April the 16th. You have those minutes in your packet. I'd entertain a motion for approval if everybody's happy with them, or any changes or any additions that you may have see fit. Thank you.
Move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion to approve as submitted. A second to that motion. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed to that motion? By a like sign. Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. And Madam Clerk, we thank you as always for the wonderful job that your office does. The next item is for the public, and it is item number 5. It is for public comment. It's for anyone that wishes to bring any item to the Board of Commissioners that is not on the agenda today. If you're here for an item that is on the agenda, we would ask that you wait till that item comes forward. Example would be a public hearing, maybe on a rezoning matter or whatever you may have. But we do have a sign-up period out front prior to the meeting, and I will call on the 2 people that signed up first, and then if there's someone here that didn't realize they needed to sign up, our board is very eager to hear from our citizens. We would give you an opportunity to come up after that. The first speaker that I had signed up today is a John Gilbert, and if John, you would come forward and state your name and address for the record, our Board of Commissioners would be glad to hear from you, sir. Good morning, John.
Good morning. What I'm here today for, John Gilbert, 816 Logan Trail, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, 27803.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. What I'm here this morning for is that we had a situation happen, and I'm 80 years old, and nothing like this has happened to me before. So you'll have to pardon me, but my wife was going to do this. She wrote a letter, and she had a doctor's appointment in Greenville today. So I'm replacing her.
I'm sure you do just fine, sir. We're pleased to have you here.
Okay, thank you. But anyway, she wrote a letter here, and I'd like to read it to you.
Sure.
I'm writing this letter in behalf of Curtis Moore, the Sheriff Stone and Sheriff Stone, on the position with the Sheriff's Department in Nash County. To the Commissioners of Nash County, John and Linda Gilbert unfortunately were in an altercation on February the 19th, 2024, with a person in the house that we currently were letting our granddaughter live in, and have not and did not have an idea that the person was there. He was staying in the upstairs of an outside building. This person made violent threats to us both and our friends. We also found out that he had our daughter the day before we went to the sheriff's department to take out a warrant out. Plus, my daughter got restraining order that day for us all. He was arrested, and we went to a trial on April 10th, where he pleaded guilty, and he was released April the 13th and returned to Virginia. This is a short version of what happened. This is when Mr. Curtis Moore came to our rescue. He entered the entire ordeal, was taken in toll on both of us, and we were not given any paperwork, any instructions the day of the court. John is a veteran, Vietnam veteran, and the way the person attacked him put him in a state of anxiety and lasts till this day, as you can tell in my voice. John put a call to the sheriff's department to get some clarification. We were actually on our way to Nashville to speak with someone when Mr. Moore called us. I cannot express how patient he was to us in explaining the restraining order and assuring us that we would be okay. If we saw the man anywhere around our family, all we had to do was to call the sheriff's department and ask for him. He would be breaking the order and could serve his time out. And I'm not going to read all this, but anyway, what we were trying to say is we found out that there might be a budget situation, and this position that he holds could be taken away. And he did an excellent job with us. He stayed with us. He was a lifeline from the sheriff's department to us. And it was a trying situation for us, and I'm still not over it. So we happened to see Sheriff Stone, and I expressed my sincere gratitude for Mr. Moore's help. And this is when he told me the commissioners were talking about doing away with his position. Now, y'all know more about it than I do. But what I ask is that you take another look at this position, because in my situation where I work, we have about 800 people that we have to employ. And I was really, really interested in this gentleman. He could walk in this room today and I would not know him, you know, other than talking to him on the lifeline that he gave us at that time between the situation that happened. I have copies of this, and I haven't read all of it, but I might leave it with you if you want to look at it. And I appreciate it if you'll just take the time to reconsider this gentleman. He is a great employee of the sheriff's department, and the sheriff is the best there is in the state of North Carolina.
We thank you, Mr. Gilbert. If you would give those to the manager sitting right there, if you will get them to us, and I'll show you, we'll read them.
Okay.
We generally don't comment on public comments, but I will tell you, there's nothing in our mind of eliminating any positions in the sheriff's department. I'm not sure where that came from, and that's a major position, and that is not in our budget message whatsoever. So I think you can take that off your worry list, but I appreciate the story you told here.
Right.
Glad you had a great experience with our sheriff's department, and you were dealing with one of our clients. And thank you for coming today.
time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next speaker that we had lined up is Bronson Williams. Mr. Williams, if you'll come forward, state your name and address for the record, Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. 1230 Cokie Road, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, Bronson Williams. Good to see each and every one of you. I had an opportunity to attend the joint board meeting with the school system last week and saw some of the budget items that they were requesting of the county commissions to fund. We ought to know that with non-recurring funding comes some issues coming in the future with COVID money no longer being available, and somebody asked who was talking about with children education as it relates to the technology piece. And that large ticket item of $1.8 million, I think, is something that we certainly want to be at the forefront of our minds as you're looking at the budget for Nash County, is how do you continue to be sure that our children have access to great technology so that they can stay in that off of that list, so they'll no longer be a low-performing school system. So we celebrate the idea that they were no longer a low-performing district, and so we got to continue to invest in public education to be sure they stay that way and create Nash County to be what all it can truly be. But one of the major things I want to talk about today is I know this board has the authority of appointing people to different boards and commissions, things of that nature. And one of those issues is our library board of trustees. It seems as though there's some information going out in the community relative to maybe some actions of one trustee member that I find very, very concerning, if true. And so one thing I would ask for this board to do is, if you would, do some investigation to this matter, and if you find out that there's some finding of the facts and there's some merit to the matter, that either that board member is either offered some type of training or actually be removed from the board. Because when you look at the library, the type of money that's housed there, and the tremendous impact the library has to the community, we don't want any confusion at the library. We want it to stay as positive, as friendly and open as possible, and want people to understand that the people you guys put in place are doing the very best, especially have the fiduciary responsibility of taxpayers' money as well. Thank you for all that you do, and I appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you for being here this morning, sir. There again, we generally don't comment on public comment, but I will assure the speaker that that matter has been handled. We have members of our administrative staff on the library board, and they're on top of it, and I think and pray that everybody be pleased with the outcome of that controversy. Anyone else here this morning that wishes to speak under public comment that's not on the agenda in another location? Seeing no one rising, we'll move on from item number 5, and we'll go to item number 6, which is the introduction of our new Deputy Director of Child Welfare, and I'll call on Dania DeVega at this time, who is already standing there ready to go. Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, good morning. We're really excited to be able to introduce Ms. Gwinnetta Graves as the new Deputy Director of Child Welfare. She comes to us from Wake County. She was there for 7 years as a social work supervisor. She has over 27 years of experience, 2 of those years including adult services. She's from Person County, born and raised. She still resides there now. She received her Bachelor of Arts from St. Augustine University, so we're very excited to have her as a part of our team. She actually started with us on April the 15th.
And you're going to bring her forward, I hope.
Yes, please come forward, Ms. Graves.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so honored by the opportunity to be working alongside you, and I thank you for the warm words of encouragement that I've received. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing Nash County. It is a
sir.
blessing for us to receive somebody from Wake County for a change to come to work with us. We're very happy to have you here, and I'm sure you will move our that particular section of our social services forward, and we thank you as a board for all the help that you can bring to us.
Absolutely, thank you.
Pleased to meet you this morning. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item number 7, and I have on the agenda that the sheriff will be here. Is someone else handling that? Yes, sir. Come on up, Major. It is a service weapon award request. Good morning.
Good morning, how y'all doing?
Doing great, hope you are.
All right, so what you have before you is what we've done in the past, just a service weapon request to be awarded to Deputy William Toney. And if you'll bear with me just real quick, I'll give you a short little synopsis on Deputy Toney. Deputy William Toney began his career with the Nash County Sheriff's Office in December of 2014 as a patrol deputy. During his career with Nash County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Toney was a K-9 handler. K-9 chase and handler Deputy William Toney were credited with detecting narcotics and apprehending criminals during their career together. While assigned to interdiction on February 4th, 2021, Deputy William Toney was shot during a vehicle stop on Interstate 95 in Nash County. As a result of his line of duty injuries, Deputy Tony is no longer able to perform as a law enforcement officer and medically retired earlier this year. And what you have before you is the request to award his service weapon to him. We're not actually presenting it to him today as we have in the past. We're having a separate ceremony for him on the 17th, which you guys are all invited to, and it'll actually be presented to him then if you approve.
Okay. Any questions from commissioners about this request? If not, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
I would move that we award him the service weapon as requested.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have numerous seconds. I'll let the clerk pick those seconds. Any questions on the motion itself? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Your request stand approved, sir. We'll look forward to seeing you on the 17th.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 8, which is a public hearing for allotting economic development funds. And I'll call on Andy Hague at this time to make this request. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Yeah, the item today is a public hearing for allocation of economic development funds. Action proposed would be a public hearing and approval of authorizing the allocation of the funds. And if I may, I will read the description of the notice of the public hearing to appropriate funds for the purposes of economic development pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 158-7.1. Please be advised that the Nash County Board of Commissioners will conduct a public hearing at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter, as it may be heard on Monday, May the 6th, 2024, or at the Nash County Administration Building located at 120 West Washington Street, Nashville, North Carolina. The purpose of the hearing is to receive public input on the proposed allocation of funds for the construction of a 40,000 square foot shell building to be located at the Nashville Business Center and other economic development, land acquisitions, or infrastructure improvements. The total expenditures are not to exceed $3 million. The intent of the project is to enhance the county's tax base, future job creation, and economic development growth. The notice and contemplated public hearing will comply with the requirements of NC General Statute 158-7.1. The Board of Commissioners intend to approve authorizing the allocations of the funds. And of course, the recommended action of the staff is to recommend the county commissioners to hold the public hearing and approve the authorizing funds.
Any questions from the Commissioner of Mr. Hague at this time? This is an item, been a long time coming. I'm glad to get it to this point. If not, I'll thank you, Andy. I'll call for a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
Motion to go into public hearing?
Motion made by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
2 seconds.
I defer to Commissioner Wilkins.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. And ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing. You heard what this hearing is about. It is always positive to get to this point on an economic development matter. These are funds that we did receive this year from the General Assembly in their local appropriations. Greatly appreciate that. But if there's someone here wishing to come forward, ask any questions, make any statements about this process, I'll be glad to hear from you now. Seeing no movement in the room, I'm entertaining a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Anyone else, Commissioner, have any other questions about it? If not, I'd entertain a motion for approval and authorization of the allotment of funds.
I move for the approval for the authorization of the allocation of the funds for this project.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. We'll move now to, thank you, Andy. We'll move now to item number 9, which is our public hearing on conditional rezoning request CZ 240401, East Carolina Auto Group LLC. I'll call on Adam Tyson to present this request. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. As the chairman stated, this is a conditional rezoning request for the property highlighted in red on the maps shown on your screen. This is a .39 acre property currently owned by TNR Properties LLC, located at 3206 East NC Highway 97 Wilson in southern Nash County. It is also east of the I-95 NC 97 highway interchange. This property was rezoned from its prior residential status back in August of 1999 at the request of a previous owner. It was rezoned from R40 to LICU, light industrial conditional use, specifically to allow for a special trade contractor with outdoor storage of heavy equipment, and that is how it remains zoned today. The existing building that's located on the subject property was subsequently renovated and expanded to serve as offices and storage for Parker Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electric. The currently unoccupied commercial building and paved parking area remain on the property. Mr. Gary Dillon with East Carolina Auto Group LLC has signed a lease agreement and option to purchase contract for the subject property with its current owner, and has submitted this rezoning request to rezone it to GCCZ, General Commercial Conditional Zone, specifically to allow for motor vehicle sales on the property. The submitted site plan is the aerial photo on the left, because the only change that Mr. Dillon proposes to make to the property is the potential removal of a freestanding restroom located right here on the property. And then he has designated the areas along the front and the right-hand side of the building where he would be parking the vehicles for display and sale. The property is screened to the west and the north by existing vegetation. It is located immediately adjacent to a residential dwelling to the east at 3224 East NC 97, right here, and that would typically trigger a screening requirement. However, in this case, that property is also included in the applicant's same lease agreement and option to purchase contract. So it would be the applicant would be in control of both parcels. This is a conditional rezoning, so it allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions with the consent of the applicant. As always, we consult the Nash County Comprehensive Land Use Plan for any rezoning decision that is brought to the board. As you can see from the green color, this area is designated as a residential agricultural area, and this request is mostly consistent with the recommendations of the plan for establishing non-residential land uses in that area, because number one, the property has frontage along and direct access to East NC Highway 97, a major state maintained highway. Number two, the property is located closer than the recommended quarter-mile minimum distance from the intersection to the east or to the right-hand side of the map you're looking at of East NC Highway 97 and Tar River Church Road. On top of that, it's only approximately a half mile from the major I-95 NC 97 highway interchange to the west or to the left side of the map we're looking at. The subject property is located in close proximity to other non-residential land uses, specifically the large Nash County NC 97 Industrial Park, located across Highway 97 on the south side. That includes the recently constructed industrial shell building at 3325 East NC 97, and you can see that signified by that dot right there. That's the location of the new shell building. Also, the scale of this commercial use will be limited by both the small size of the subject property as well as the conditional nature of the rezoning request. The one plan recommendation that the request is not consistent with is the recommendation that there be significant spatial separation from existing non-compatible land uses. And that again refers to the existing single-family dwelling to the east, immediately adjacent. However, as I stated earlier, that property is included along with the subject property in the rezoning applicant's lease agreement and option to purchase contract. And of course, the applicant could provide whatever screening he desires between the two properties that he controls. This rezoning request may be considered reasonable and would not be considered spot zoning, because if we refer to the zoning map on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that the subject property is located east of and immediately adjacent to a similar GC, General Commercial District, shown in red here. It is immediately adjacent to the property. This is actually a general GC zoning district, and so the full range of commercial land uses for that zone are available here, whereas this would be conditionally restricted to just auto sales. Oh, let me go back. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on March 28th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered the request on April 15th. Mr. Gary Dillon with East Carolina Auto Group, the applicant, addressed the board at that meeting in support of the request. Mr. Cecil Williams Jr. addressed the board in opposition to the request, stating a preference that the subject property be rezoned for residential use instead, due to the small area of the lot and the potential negative impact of the proposed business on traffic safety along East NC 97 and on the future success of the nearby NC 97 Industrial Park. He also alleged at that time that the applicant had pushed trash from the subject property onto the adjacent undeveloped property to the west that is listed in the ownership of Ricks Grove Baptist Church. That is this adjacent property to the left or to the west of the subject property. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to the suggested development conditions below. And I want to go over those development conditions, which are found on page 11 of the staff report. Development condition number 1, the subject property would be approved for the commercial development of a motor vehicle sales business only. Number 2, the subject property would be developed in accordance with the approved site plan and all the applicable requirements of the Nash County Unified Development Ordinance. Specifically, condition number 3 was added by the Planning Board following the public meeting, and that condition is, upon obtaining permission from the property owner, the applicant shall remove any trash originating from the subject property that is located on the immediately adjacent undeveloped property to the west, and it further identifies that property as being owned by Ricks Grove Baptist Church and provides the identifying tax information for that parcel. And finally, number 4, as with all conditional rezonings, this amendment would be invalid unless and until the petitioner's consent in writing to all the development conditions that are ultimately attached by the commissioners. There is a motion included in your staff report for approval of the request and a motion included for denial. And before we proceed to the public hearing, I'll be glad to take any questions that the board has on the staff report.
Any questions from commissioners of Mr. Tyson on this matter? Mr. Tyson, I had a couple.
Okay.
Your statement about the residential property next door, is it an occupied residence at this time?
I think the applicant can probably tell us that definitively during the public hearing.
Okay. If my memory serves me right, we normally would address that screening issue at this point, and you state we're not because he has that under contract as well.
Typically, we have not required somebody with a commercial business to screen between that business and a dwelling that they have control over. And he has not purchased it, but he does have a lease for that property and a contract to purchase both of these two adjacent parcels together.
Moving forward, if it were to be resold as a residence, how would the screening be addressed? Who would be responsible for that screening?
If we're concerned about that property being resold, then now would be the appropriate time to provide screening between the two properties. And it would need to be as a condition of this commercial rezoning.
Well, I think we're taught as a board to look at it as we see it today and not what could happen or may happen. So the fact that it could happen, I think we would want to address that possibly.
then we can add an additional condition that would impose the standard incompatible land use screening from the ordinance along that shared eastern property line of the commercial property.
And my second question, if we're talking about 39 hundredths of an acre, that's a little bit less than 17,000 square feet.
Correct.
My question is that property currently on public water and sewer?
I'm not sure about that answer. Perhaps the applicant can clarify that during the public hearing.
Could that be a added item, been just too small not to be? Or should we address that, or how's that going to get taken care of before this
Well,
place opens?
If the rezoning is approved, then the health department would be consulted to determine whether there is a change in use that would trigger a change to, and I'm assuming they're on a septic system. If they're already on sewer, then it would be a non-issue. But the health department will determine the load of that commercial business versus when it was Parker's Heating, Cooling, and Air, and determine if there's any expansion that would need to take place. Of course, if there wasn't room for that expansion and they are on a septic, then sewer would probably become their only option. But there will be a health department review following the rezoning.
I think that needs looked into, because I'm not sure what our contract says with the provider of sewer in that situation, and there are some restrictions on it. I don't know whether a commercial application is allowed or not, but if we could tag that somehow to, and if we need to do it in our additional restrictions, we certainly should do that.
Okay.
That's all the questions I had. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr.
Just one
Sure.
thing regarding the buffering that you spoke of. Is that not something that, if this is approved, could be contingent upon someone actually residing in that residence?
So add the condition, but specify that it would only be triggered in the event that the owner of the adjacent property requested it.
That would be my recommendation.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Any other comments? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. And ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing to hear from anyone that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning matter. You would come forward at this time if you're here to speak on this and state your name and address for the record. Order doesn't matter to the board. Just the first person wishes to come forward, we'd be glad to hear from you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. How you doing? Morning, everybody. My name is Gary Dillon. I reside at 7869 Bond Chapel Road, Elm City, North Carolina, Nash County resident. I'm the one that's trying to put the car dealership there. It is on a septic system. I don't know a whole lot about that area right there. As Blake said, all we've done really is do a lot of improvements and try to clean the place up and just try to run a professional establishment there. So we're just going to try and employ 3 to 5 Nash County residents or local residents to try to boost the economy and pay taxes and do our thing. So,
Okay.
and we did get approval from Mr. Williams. I guess he says he's the property owner of the Rick's Baptist Church, to go over and clean the property up, which we did. I mean, and I sent him a text. I said, if there's anything else he sees that needs to be done, we'll be glad to help him out. So,
Sure.
so
All right. Thank you,
all
sir.
right, thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning. My name is Cecil Williams. I live at 6765 Jordan Road, Elm City. As everybody knows, I'm a proponent of development. I'm a developer myself. And can I get this for operational? Thank you. And I guess how do I zoom it? Huh? I want to blow it up right here. You should come up just a second. Oh, okay. I could have used the one you already had up right here. I'll just leave it like that then. And then, well, sir, you better get right over here, Mr. Boone.
Okay.
And I'm just concerned about I see the yellow piece here that he says is the only thing that come out of the site plan, I guess. What I'm concerned about is the 2 or 3 things: the property in the rear. What's going to happen in the rear of the property that is not identified? Anything's identified there as to how they plan on using that. And the size of the lot is extremely concerning to me. And the piece of property that belongs to, they're saying belongs to Ricks Grove Church. We have here my father passed away about a month ago, and we're in the middle of getting things squared away there. But we have a deed of right of reversion on that property. So that property reverts back to the owner of the other, which we already own. And so I would request that the property, this request be sent back to planning, and I think there needs to be, the septic issues need to be investigated. I don't know why that didn't happen at TRC meeting, why the health department didn't question it. Have no idea. And I think on the left-hand side, I realize there's brush and stuff there now, but we're going in the process, going to clear that out, and I don't know what we're going to end up doing with the property, but I like to be sure that side has a buffer, as well as, I'd like to see that side have a buffer. And I don't know about the DOT, I guess, didn't bring up the turn lanes and things on the traffic that has as much traffic as 97 has. I'd like to understand whether that issue's been resolved, and also the outside storage. I noticed you got the yellow for storage of the automobiles and the display of automobiles, but what are they going to do with the cars that need to be worked on, or whatever about that? And I just, in my personal opinion, it's just, the county has changed the rezoning, and I realize land might be somewhat different than this, but looks like a piece of land ought to be a minimum size to qualify for rezoning in this county. And I don't know how it really got rezoned to the other or not. But anyway, anybody got any questions of me? Now this I do need to show. I do need to show this picture here if at all possible, Mr. Boone. I'm going to show a picture that the gentleman did come in and clear some stuff out. In his defense, he did call me and ask me to go look at it and see if I had any other anything else I wanted to have done. And I had to have eye surgery, and I didn't make it out. But this is sort of how it was left, with the pile of stuff that he pushed himself. I don't know what kind of piece of equipment he had. Anyway, he pushed it over, and I think that needs a little more attention, but I'll let the board be the judge of that. Has anybody got any questions of me?
Any board member want to ask Mr. Williams anything at this time?
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Belfield.
I didn't quite understand the first gentleman that came up and spoke during it. He was
Do you have a?
talking low, at least from here.
Okay.
I didn't fully understand whether he was promoting or against it.
He is actually the applicant, and he is promoting it. If you want to ask him any questions, I'll be glad to have him come back up and answer a specific question.
No, I was just wondering whether he's speaking for or against.
He was definitely speaking for it, and he is the person that wishes to locate
He's the person that requested the rezone.
Yes, sir. That is correct. Yes, sir. Other questions from board members? Okay, anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing no movement, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Is that okay, Commissioner Wilkins?
Sure.
Okay. Realize you didn't say second, but anyway, any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? The public hearing is closed, and I will open up to commissioners to ask any further questions that you may have on this matter of our staff, being Mr. Tyson. Questions from commissioners? Mr. Outlaw, Commissioner Outlaw, excuse me, sir.
I heard three things. A buffer, I assume, on the property that Mr. Williams owned between his property and this property. So that's one. The second thing was sewer. And I think you've already addressed that, I believe, in your previous statements. And the third thing was DOT. Isn't it typical with the rezoning matter for the DOT to make that judgment as far as turn lanes?
So the DOT participated in the TRC meeting, and of course, our district engineer, Kim Moore, is also an active member of the planning board. She noted that because there will be a change in use, this property will require a driveway permit, but there was no mention of the additional traffic for the car lot triggering the requirement for the construction of a turn lane in the highway.
But they generally assess that.
In general, they wouldn't actually issue any permits until following the rezoning, but because they participate in TRC, they would have flagged something as major as a turn lane requirement at that stage.
So if you've got a functioning sewer system, and that would be determined by the county, and you've got DOT has no issue as far as the turn lane, seems to me the only real issue would be the buffer. Is that something that needs to be considered, or should we entertain it? If so, we need to do it now.
The screening buffer?
Yes.
So I think what you previously discussed on the eastern side of the property could also be required for the western side. What I put together while I was sitting there is a draft for a fifth condition that the subject property would satisfy the screening requirements for adjoining incompatible land uses per UDO 11-3.3B along the eastern and western properties now or in the future per the request of the adjacent property owner. And of course, once we can verify that Mr. Williams has control over the Ricks Grove church property, his request for screening would be made now, and the request for screening on the eastern side could be made by a future owner of that dwelling on that side. So that would be my suggestion for a fifth condition to address screening.
And I think Mr. Dillon indicated that if there was any additional cleanup that needed to take place, then he was willing to do that. So that probably should be listed if Mr. Williams has some concerns in that area.
Right. I think that, in my opinion, existing condition number 3 continues to address that.
Okay.
Other question for Commissioner?
Yeah.
Mr. Belfield?
I think Mr. Williams raised the issue of rezoning. What's the minimum size? A lot.
So there is not a...
Acres, I think this is what, .39?
Sure.
Does that meet the qualifications?
So when the property was zoned residential, if it were to be subdivided for residential use, the minimum lot size was 40,000 square feet. However, in 1999, when it was rezoned to industrial, the industrial zone does not have a minimum area requirement. And the commercial district that they're requesting to rezone it now does not have a minimum area requirement. And so there was a minimum area requirement when it was zoned residential, but there is not a minimum area requirement for non-residential zoning districts.
Other questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion as the board sees fit.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Outlaw.
I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness listed in the package agenda and approve the conditional rezoning request, subject to the conditions listed in the package with the additional conditions noted.
That Mr. Tyson just read.
Exactly.
Okay. All right, I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any questions on the motion? Everybody understand it? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
And I will provide that fifth condition to the clerk for the minutes.
And make sure the applicant understands.
Sure.
That as well as the septic tank investigation. All right, we'll move on then to item number 10, which is a resolution to add North Clarington Drive to the state-maintained secondary road system, and I think we've had a little change on that, and I'll ask Mr. Tyson to explain that from what you had in your packet, and you do have some information at your place this morning.
Certainly. The NCDOT first provided one resolution and then has now decided that it will require two separate resolutions from the county. So you should have a revised version of this morning's one-page staff report in the documents in front of you, along with two maps and two resolutions. The North Carolina Department of Transportation District Engineer forwarded these two resolutions on behalf of the town of Nashville. This reflects an arrangement that has been agreed upon between the town of Nashville and the DOT to make the following changes to the state-maintained secondary road system. The first change is illustrated on the left side of the screen, and that would be for North Clarendon Drive, which is currently maintained by the town of Nashville, and which has recently had some added development related to some duplex homes that have been developed along North Clarendon Drive. This would be added to the state-maintained secondary road system for future maintenance by the NCDOT. In exchange for the DOT taking over that road, the town of Nashville has agreed to ask to remove 6th Street and the portion of Brooklyn Boulevard located on the south side of 6th Street. These are currently listed in the state-maintained secondary road system, but have less traffic than North Clarendon Drive, and these would be removed from DOT maintenance and added to the responsibilities of the town of Nashville for road maintenance. So we'd be adding the road on the left, North Clarendon Drive, to the state system, and deleting from the state system 6th Street and the piece of Brooklyn Boulevard that is south of 6th Street. Although this exchange has been formally approved by the town of Nashville, the NCDOT does require the adoption of resolutions by the County Board of Commissioners as a prerequisite for adding or deleting any roads to or from the state-maintained secondary road system. And in the packet at your desk, you have the first draft resolution, which was included in the initial agenda. That is the resolution to add North Clarendon Drive. And then in addition to that, you now have a paper copy of the second resolution, which is to delete Brooklyn Boulevard and 6th Street. And I'll be glad to take any questions. This item does not require a public hearing, just a motion and a second, and a vote, of course. The resolutions can be taken together or separately at the discretion of the board.
Any questions of Mr. Tyson on this matter? It's an unusual request, one I hadn't seen before, but if it works, it works. Any questions?
Yeah. What's the present condition of 6th Street and Brooklyn Boulevard?
I am not familiar with their current condition. I can tell you that up until now, they have been included on the state-maintained secondary road system, so I assume that they've not fallen into disrepair. And in the future, they will be maintained by the town, but I can't comment on their current condition.
Other question, Commissioner Harrington?
Not right now.
Other questions from commissioners? Adam, just to play it safe, the way DOT is sometime, I'm going to do them as two separate motions. Be sure we have it right. So at this time, I'd entertain a motion to approve the first request, which is the one about Clarendon Drive from East Washington Street to Eastern Avenue. A motion to approve that request.
Move for approval.
Have a motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign? That motion stands approved. We'll move on to the second request, which is for the deletion of state-maintained secondary roads, which is Brooklyn Boulevard and part of Brooklyn Boulevard, as well as 6th Street. Is there a motion to make that approval as well?
Move for approval.
Have a motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That puts us on item number 11, and I'll call on Ashley Winston at this time to make this presentation. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have a PowerPoint we're going to put up with some slides with
Okay.
pictures, but I'll go ahead and start. Every May, the Administration for Community Living leads the nation's observance of Older Americans Month. The 2024 theme is Powered by Connection. It focuses on the profound impact that meaningful connections have on the well-being and health of older adults. It is about the transformation of potential of community engagement in enhancing mental, physical, and emotional well-being. The resolution reads, to designate May as Older Americans Month, whereas May is Older Americans Month, a time for us to use and to recognize and honor Nash County older adults and their immense influence on every facet of American society. And whereas their wealth of life experience and wisdom, older adults guide our younger generations and carry forward abundant cultural and historical knowledge. And whereas older Americans improve our communities through intergenerational relationships, community service, civic engagement, and many other activities. And whereas communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds have the opportunity to participate and live independently. Whereas Nash County must ensure that older Americans have the resources and support needed to stay involved in their communities, reflecting our commitment to inclusivity and connectedness. And now, therefore, we of Nash County do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Older Americans Month. This year's theme, Powered by Connections, emphasizes the profound impact and meaningful interactions and social connection on the well-being and health of older adults in our community. We call upon all residents to join me in recognizing the contributions of our older citizens in promoting programs and activities that foster connection, inclusion, and support for our older adults. Thank you for your time and appreciation for our older Nash County older adults. Thank you.
Any questions of Ms. Winston at this time? Ms. Winston, with the exception of one, this board certainly appreciates you bringing to our attention this morning. Don't mean to leave you out, Commissioner Leggett.
She's proud you did.
She's proud to be out, I guess, but that's okay. But it is a great resolution to bring to us, and we as a board greatly appreciate you bringing it to us. Any other comments any board commissioners like to make at this time?
I'll make a motion we adopt the resolution.
All right, we have a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second to that motion? And second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the resolution or the motion itself? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? So you can oppose, so let it be known by a like sign. Seeing none, the resolution stands approved, and we greatly appreciate you bringing it to us. And thank you and your staff for all y'all do next door.
Thank you.
As well as the southern part of the county, ma'am. All right, that takes care of item number 11. We'll move on to item number 12, which is a resolution for NC Agriculture Manufacturing and Processing Initiative Grant Application Support and Match, and we'll call on Susan Phelps at this time, who is already before us to make this presentation. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. This is our second in-Campy resolution to bring to you. We had one last month, so this will be our second one that we are submitting to the Department of Agriculture and Department of Commerce. The purpose of the in-Campy grant is to promote and fund the establishment of value-added agriculture manufacturing and food processing facilities. In-Campy is intended to fill gaps in food processing and agricultural products and create a diverse and economically competitive array of high-value added goods. If awarded, this grant will assist in funding site development and capital infrastructure for an existing industry already in the county, Project Sandy. They are a value-added food processing company looking to add equipment to its current facility. The grant match amounts 5% of the project and not to exceed $50,000 if awarded. Matching funds can include cash, fee waivers, in-kind services, land, buildings, assets. Project Sandy intends to invest $9.5 million in a new facility and manufacturing equipment and create 4 new full-time jobs with an average wage of $55,000. I will add that we received some additional guidance over the weekend about this program, that the state is looking at eliminating the public entity's application for this, and the private entity could apply directly. So we've moved forward with doing the resolution just in general to support the existing industry's expansion, but we do expect some additional guidance later this week. So I just wanted to give that heads up that we may not even be considered the applicant and they can apply directly.
Any questions of Susan on this matter? Seeing none, I'll call for a motion to approve the resolution allowing for the 5% match.
Move approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Belfield. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? Susan, one, if indeed what you stated may happen, does the 5% match go away, or is it still in place?
That is our understanding, that the local government entity would not have to provide a match. But in supporting a resolution in general, it strengthens the industry's application. Okay. So we're still waiting on some guidance on that, but moving it in a positive way.
And we have identified the funds to where the 5% match will come from. Correct. If indeed it requires it.
Correct.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, I'd entertain. We have got a motion. We've got a second. Right. I'm sorry. Any other questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved. Resolution stands approved. Thank you, ma'am. Next item is item number 13, again on economic development. It is another week of proclamation, and I'll call on Andy Hagee at this time to make this request.
Good morning again. As the chairman said, this is it's a proclamation recognizing the Economic Development Week of May the 6th through May the 10th. The action proposed is for the board to approve this proclamation. And the description is economic development is seeking board approval and recognition of Economic Development Week. May the 6th through May the 10th, Economic Development Week will remind individuals of the importance of the community celebration, which supports expanding opportunities. You have a proclamation in front of you. I can read, or you can approve whatever the chairman wishes for me to do.
If you're okay with it, I'd like for you to read it, sir.
Okay. Whereas more than 100,000 economic development or related professionals worldwide are committed to creating, retaining, and expanding top-tier opportunities that facilitate long-term equitable community growth. And whereas the economic development profession cultivates thriving neighborhoods, champions sustainability, boosts economic prosperity, enhances the quality of life, creates jobs, and builds robust tax bases. And whereas economic development professionals operate throughout diverse economic environments, including rural, suburban, and urban settings, local, state, and national governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, institutions of higher education, among many similar organizations and associations. And whereas economic development professionals serve as stewards, bridging connections between community stakeholders such as residents, business leaders, elected officials, industry executives, and educational partners to collaborate in promoting job creation, community investment, infrastructure advancements, and an optimistic future. And whereas economic development professionals contribute to the betterment and progress of Nash County, North Carolina. And whereas since 1926, the International Economic Development Council has been a leader and driving force in advancing economic development initiatives with a steadfast commitment to fostering growth and prosperity in communities of all sizes worldwide through equity, inclusion, sustainability, and innovation. And now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Nash County Board of Commissioners recognizes the week of May the 6th through May the 10th, 2024 as Economic Development Week, and remind individuals of the importance of this community celebration, which supports expanding opportunities, bettering lives, and moving society forward.
All right, any questions on this item? Mr. Hagee from Board of Commissioners? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 14. It's Nashville Business Center Shell Building number 1, and I'll call on Deputy County Manager Jonathan Boone at this time to make this request. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. As alluded to in item 8, Nash County is partnering with the town of Nashville to build a shell building at the Nashville Business Center. And I'm pleased to report that that project was advertised and bids were opened on April 5th, 2024 at 2 p.m. We received 5 bids on that project. The low bidder was identified as Smithson Incorporated in the amount of $1,665,383. The option selected was a base bid, which is the 32-foot low eave height with textured metal panels. We are recommending that in the award, we include a 5% contingency in the amount of $83,269. So we're asking for approval, total authorization of $1,748,652. And staff is recommending that the commissioners approve the award and authorize the county manager to execute the contract on behalf of Nash County. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer those at this time.
Questions of Mr. Boone by a commissioner? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
So moved. Approval?
Second. I think the motion came from Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, sir. That was great results on a great joint project with the town of Nashville. Item number 15 is the Board of Equalization and Review. It is scheduled for 11 o'clock, so I'm going to move beyond that at this time and move to item 16. I would ask the clerk to help me remember at 11 o'clock to come back to item number 15, if you would. Item 16 is the monthly tax report, and I'll call on Doris Sumner at this time to make the presentation.
Good morning, all.
I don't need to call on her. She's already here. Good morning.
Yes, sir. This time they had me with the tax refund request up first. I normally have the monthly tax report. So I'll start. 16 says tax refund request.
Well, your agenda is different than my agenda, but I don't know that it really matters.
Okay. Well, I can do the monthly tax report first.
Let's do the monthly tax report. I believe that's what all of us have up here.
I have tax refunds.
Okay, I don't know what the difference is. It doesn't make a lot of difference. Go ahead and do this monthly tax report, so it won't get me out of order.
Yes, sir. Okay, at this time I'd like to present the monthly tax report to the board. As you all know, this report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions regarding the report, I'd be glad to answer those. I will say the staff is working very hard and diligently to try to collect the outstanding taxes that we have. We will be doing the lien advertisement at the end of the month. So if anyone wants to go ahead and pay that DeVore advertisement in the next couple of days, we'd appreciate it.
You're not looking at any else, are you?
No, sir.
You seem to be looking at me, but I hope it's because I'm the chair.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, we will accept that report for the record as you requested, and we'll move to, I do see that my electronic version is different than my paper version, but we have tax refunds, and it states there are no refunds. Is that still true?
That is correct, sir. We have no refunds for consideration this month.
All right, we will certainly note that. My item 18 says Town of Spring Hope property tax request. Is that where you are?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So-
Go ahead with that one.
All right. At this time, I would like to present for the board's consideration. The Town of Spring Hope has requested that the county bill and collect their town ad valorem taxes. A contract between the county and town is attached for your consideration. The 2% fee will cover the cost of the service. The single billing is more efficient, and we would be glad to extend this service to any other interested towns. Currently, the county contracts with Bailey, Castalia, Middlesex, Momeyer, Sharpsburg, and Whitakers for this service.
Okay, any questions on this item? Well, Sumner, if I'm correct in just sitting here thinking, does that give us everybody but the town of Nashville and the town of Rocky Mount?
Yes, it
Because I know
does.
we have two towns that do not have a local tax.
Yes, that is
So it's
correct.
everybody but those two.
Mhm.
So your message is addressed to those two. Okay. All right, any questions on this? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the request.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, we approve the request.
All right, have a motion by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Item number 19 is Down East Home Consortium MOU amendment, and I'll call on Emily Moore at this time to make this request. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
All righty. So I am presenting on the Down East Home Consortium MOU amendment. The action proposed is to approve the third amendment to the reconciliation agreement. In October 2021, Nash County entered into a Home Reinvestment Partnership Fund reconciliation agreement with the City of Rocky Mount, the lead agency of the Down East Home Consortium. Although Nash County is no longer a member of the Down East Home Consortium, there are remaining funds allocated for previous years that need to be utilized in Nash County. Nash County, as a subrecipient, administers its part of the Down East Home Consortium program with assistance from a qualified consultant, which is McDavid Associates. The reconciliation agreement provides for the rehabilitation of owner-occupied, low to moderate income, single-family housing in Nash County, with priority given to households located in the jurisdictions of current and past members of Nash County's Down East Home Consortium, particularly those with remaining unspent allocations. Nash County is administering the 2021-2022 year funds for municipalities located wholly or partly in Nash County, which were Middlesex, Spring Hope, and Whitakers. That was amendment number 1. And in 2022-2023 year funds was amendment number 2. We now propose to also administer the 2023-2024 current year funds for the same municipalities for Amendment 3, which means an additional $20,063 budgeted for housing rehab and related administration through this program. And then coming up, the Finance Department, she'll present a related budget amendment. So for this, the recommendation would be to approve the third amendment to the reconciliation agreement.
All right, any questions of Ms. Moore on this item? One thing I'd ask, I do feel we are getting close to the end of this very long project. Once we complete our work on the homes we have identified and spent the money, will we continue to have money come to those municipalities that we would still be administering, or what happens at that point?
So those municipalities, as long as they are in the consortium, they will continue to get money allocated to them, and it will come to the city of Rocky Mount. So Nash County does not have to continue to administer it for the towns. The intent is once we finish spending all of the money from the reconciliation agreement, that Nash County will no longer be administering it.
Okay.
So those towns would have the option of staying in the consortium and having the city of Rocky Mount help them administer it, or them doing it themselves.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any other questions on this item? Not, call for a motion to approve the third amendment to the agreement.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries, and thank you, Ms. Moore, for your work on this.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 20. It is our courtyard out front, and I'll call on our manager, Stacy Saxler, at this time to make this presentation and request. And pleased to say we have one of our honorees in the audience with us, Judge Sumner. So note that he is back there. Be nice.
Thank you, and good morning. This item is for the 2024 Commemorative Courtyard installations. This year, Judge Quentin T. Sumner and Barbara Ann Williams Sasser are being recommended as the 2024 installations in the Nash County Commemorative Courtyard. Judge Quentin T. Sumner began his law career in 1975. In 1983, Judge Sumner became a North Carolina District Court judge for the 7th Judicial District. From 1990 until his retirement, he served as the North Carolina Superior Court judge as the senior resident judge for the Judicial District 7-A. Judge Sumner served the citizens of Nash County, North Carolina for over 40 years with honor, integrity, and grace. Barbara Ann Williams Sasser began her career with the Nash County Register of Deeds office as the Deputy Register of Deeds in 1974 and became the Register of Deeds in 1992. She recognized and embraced the benefits that technology brought by digitizing public records. Mrs. Sasser was organized, precise, and meticulous in her attention to detail. She faithfully served the citizens of Nash County, North Carolina for more than 35 years. The request before you today is to approve these two nominations for our commemorative courtyard.
All right, any questions from commissioners on this item? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval of the recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the recommendations.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Wilkins.
Second it.
A second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, and date not scheduled, we'll be doing this yet, but will be announced.
It will be announced, right. So we have we've sent the information on to the company that will do the sandblasting for us. And yeah, I will be back before you sometime soon with some dates.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Judge Sumner, thank you for being here this morning. Certainly would give you an opportunity to speak if you like, or you can hold your remarks until we have the presentation. Entirely up to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank the commissioners for agreeing to bestow such a wonderful honor on me. And I would have more words. I never thought at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move on to item number 21, which is the budget amendment for the month, and I'll call on Donna Wood to make this presentation, our esteemed finance director. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, and let me apologize, I seem to be losing my voice, so hopefully I can make it through these 6 items that I have.
You have to talk fast.
Okay, I will. So what we have, the first item I have, as you indicated, is a budget amendments. I have 9 budget amendments to present for the board's approval or consideration for approval. The first one is with senior services. This budget amendments to provide additional funds for By Faith Ministries and the Wright Center from transfers of estimated available funds from other HCCBG programs. The next item is with Cooperative Extension Farmers Market. This budget amendments to budget grant funding from Nash Arts to support events and programs at the Farmers Market through June 2024, the end of our fiscal year. Third item is with Emergency Management. This budget amendment makes funds available from the Emergency Management Performance Grant for fiscal year 2023 to fund projects related to Homeland Security, planning operations, equipment purchases, training, and other emergency management-related programs. The next item is also with Emergency Management, and this budget amendments to reverse a fund balance appropriation from the transfer of ARPA interest to provide 75% funding for the volunteer fire departments, TDMA Viper radio upgrades, because these funds were provided and made available through a fiscal year 24 North Carolina Office of State Budget and Management grant appropriation. So we're just moving those funds back to the ARPA interest. The next item is with Emergency Services. This budget amendments to budget funds from the Duke Race Car Trial for early detection of cardiac arrest. These funds will be used to supplement public education materials, supplies, and equipment, and for emergency communications and EMS services. Item number 6 is with Economic Development. This budget amendment is to budget funds from the proceeds from the sale of land from the Middlesex Shell Building to be used for the reconveyance of Middlesex Corporate Center Lot 4. These proceeds were originally budgeted to be transferred to the Economic Development Fund. The next item is Parks and Recreation. This budget amendments to make funds available that have already been collected in sponsorship revenue to cover expenses for spring and summer youth sports. Number 8, it's with Health Department. This budget amendments to budget a mini grant awarded from Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina. These funds will be used to purchase infant and child car seats for the Health Department's Child Health Program. Seats are distributed to participants who need assistance obtaining safety seats after they have participated in an educational session on proper use of safety seats. And the final amendment is with Solid Waste. This budget amendment is to budget insurance proceeds received for the loss of a landfill compactor. These funds will be used to cover freight on a lease compactor and lease payments through the end of the current fiscal year, June 2024. Are there any questions on the budget amendments?
Any questions from commissioners on those 9 items? Seeing none, I would only note that item number 4 is another direct funding from the General Assembly and our local appropriations, which helped us with the radio updates, and we want to thank the General Assembly for making those funds available to Nash County. And I'd entertain a motion at this time to approve those 9 budget amendments.
Move to approve the budget amendments.
Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on either of, on the motion itself, I'm sorry? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any approved by a like sign? That motion carries as well. Thank you, ma'am. The next item on the agenda is Sheriff Office Vehicle Grant Project Ordinance, and Ms. Wood, go ahead with that presentation.
Okay, this project ordinance is presented to set up $420,000 of funding and expenditures to support the purchase of Sheriff's Office vehicles available from grant funding provided by the North Carolina Office of State Budget and Management Capital and Infrastructure Fund fiscal year 2024, another appropriation that we received from the state this year.
And I guess this is just going to be used to purchase cars and
Yes,
big
it will
cars.
be.
All right, any questions on this item? Again, we would, as a board, like to thank the General Assembly for that local appropriation, which certainly helps us keep our sheriff cars in good order. And I'll entertain a motion for approval of this capital ordinance.
Move
So moved.
approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Belfield, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well. Item number 23 is Down East Home Consortium, which we just heard part of the request, and this is the grant project ordinance amendment. Ms. Wood?
In October of 2021, Nash County entered into a reconciliation agreement with the City of Rocky Mount, the lead agency for the Down East Home Consortium. Nash County is no longer a member of the Down East Home Consortium. However, remaining funds have been allocated for previous years that need to be used in Nash County. As part of the agreement, Nash County administers its part of the remaining funds within the Down East Home Consortium program and assists from a qualified consultant. This amendment is presented to update the ordinance to include additional funds in fiscal year '24 for Nash County to administer their portion of the program.
Any questions on this item? Ask for a motion to approve the request.
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on this motion? Motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Item 23 is approved. We move to item number 24, American Rescue Plan.
Okay, this item, number 24, is also related to Budget Amendment Number 4 that was just approved. This amended ordinance is presented to reverse the budgeted transfer of $179,156 from ARPA interest earnings to fund a one-time appropriation in the general fund to provide assistance to the Nash County Volunteer Fire Departments for 75% of the cost of the TDMA Viper upgrades, considering these funds were available through fiscal year '24 North Carolina Office of State Budget and Management grant.
Questions on this item? Motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved as well. Item number 25, which is Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers Phase 2 Amendment 2.
Okay. The attached project ordinance amendment for Miracle Park at Coopers Phase 2 is to adjust the project to include a total of $11,750 of donation funding received to assist with the cost of a shelter, picnic tables, and benches, and the dog park.
All right, questions on this item? Seeing none, entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed by a like sign. Item 25 stands approved. Item number 26, your last item, Ms. Wood, LCID capital project ordinance closeout.
Okay. The attached project ordinance is presented to close out the LCID project and transfer unspent funds back to the solid waste fund.
Any questions on this item? Seeing none, a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Item number 26 stands approved. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You made it. Item number 27 is board appointments, and I'll call on Ms. Fuller at this time to make this presentation.
Good morning.
Tia Fuller, thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. So we have 4 boards that need some consideration this morning. So we'll start with the Consolidated Human Services Board. Our Public Health Director and his staff have evaluated the general statute and the current Consolidated Human Services Board membership. They are requesting that the Board of Commissioners identify potential Consolidated Human Services Board members within the following disciplines: social worker, consumer, psychiatrist, and registered nurse. They do not have any recommendations at this time.
Was there an indication that they would be coming to us with some recommendations, or did this board need to go find those people? I hope the former would be in place.
They do not have any recommendations at this time.
Okay.
So
we can work on it.
Oh, okay. We would ask that they help us find those, and of course, if any board member, you see in your packet what it is we need. Did we lose? I know we had a registered nurse, apparently these
So
have
there
become
is a
vacant.
registered nurse now. She actually has a year left in her term, but she's interested in being replaced on that board,
Prior to the year up, or?
if a replacement is found. Yes, sir.
Okay, I see where you're going in.
So there's 3 vacancies: social worker, which has not been there, consumer psychiatrist, which is, they report it's very challenging to find a psychiatrist. There is a registered nurse, but she's looking to be replaced prior to her, in 2025, her.
I noticed at the end of this year, quite a few of those members would need replacing, and quite a few of them, the way I interpret it, do not have time left that they could serve because they served a 3 terms. So
That is correct.
I think we got a lot of work to do on that board. I actually think I mentioned to you, Madam Manager, just a little while back, so I'm glad you're on that to get started on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So next, we have the Nash County Board of Adjustment. The Board of Commissioners are asked to appoint 2 new members to the Nash County Board of Adjustment to serve as an alternate member number 2 and alternate member number 3. Although not a requirement, the board typically seeks to appoint at least 1 member to represent each of the 7 commissioner districts. The Board of Adjustment currently includes 1 member appointed from each district, with the exception of Commissioner District Number 7, as represented by Chairman Davis. Since the Board of Adjustment includes a total of 8 members, it is recommended that the board appoint 1 new member from the Commissioner District Number 7 and a 2nd new member from any of the commissioner districts.
All right, I will, first of all, Commissioner Wilkins, that you're clear on your question yesterday about this, okay? I'm clear now, too, now that she explained it to me, but I will be looking someone from District 7. And everybody else needs to be looking somebody to replace that 8th one. So if y'all would help pull that together.
Thank you.
ma'am.
Thank you. So next, we're looking at the Board of Trustees at Nash Community College. Sonny Foster's appointment expires for the Board of Trustees at Nash Community College on June 6, 2024. Sonny Foster is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment. And in your packet, there's a letter of support by Dr. Lou Honeycutt in your packet.
All right. Any questions on this item?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Outlaw?
just a comment. Sonny Foster is a former chairman of the Nash Community College Board of Trustees. He has been a leader on the trustee board, and I would certainly be very supportive of his reappointment for those purposes, because he is a good leader, and he has shown his willingness to serve the community through this board. But as a secondary note, Sonny Foster was initially recommended for appointment to this board by former Commissioner Mary Wells, and in memory and honor of her, I would like to make a motion that we reappoint Sonny Foster to that trustee board.
All right, I'm going to take that motion at this time. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion to appointment stands approved. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So the final board is the Tourism Development Authority Board, and so there are several for this board. Initially, we'll start with Misty Lee. Please consider the new appointment of Misty Lee to the Tourism Development Authority. Ms. Lee is eligible, willing, and recommended for appointment, and her application is included in your packet.
Okay. I'm going to make a brief statement on the TDA board, just to refresh the board's memory about the TDA board. We are required by statute to have 5 collective members on that board. Collective members mean you must be an owner or you must work at one of our hotels in the county. And quite frankly, during COVID, those positions became pretty fluid, and we lost 3 out of our 5 collectors, and they became vacant because they took other jobs or either relocated to another area of the state. It is not a requirement by statute that you live in Nash County to hold that position. It was originally, but it was changed in 2001 where you didn't have to be a resident, but you have to work for a establishment that is located in Nash County. So what I'm trying to do is catch up, so you can have 3 requests for appointments. They all 3 are collector members, and that will get us back where we need to be as far as the collectors. But with that said, I would entertain a motion to approve Ms. Lee for this board. Move for approval. Have a motion to approve. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion?
Does that include you?
We're only going to take them one at a time, Mr. Belfield. It will include me for a reappointment when she gets to that part. These are new members. Any other questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. That motion stands approved.
Thank you
Please
so
go
much.
ahead, ma'am.
As you alluded to, there are 3. So the second one is Miranda Knight. Please consider the new appointment of Miranda Knight to the Tourism Development Authority. Ms. Knight is eligible, willing, and recommended for appointment, and her application is in your packet.
All right, you had that application in your packet. If there's any questions on that one, if not, I'd entertain a motion for approval of Ms. Knight. So moved. Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion stands approved as well.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
And the third for the Tourism Development Authority is for Ms. Chelsea Baines. That one was not in your packet, so where you're sitting, there should be an application for Ms. Baines in front of you. Please consider the new appointment of Chelsea Baines to the Tourism Development Authority. Ms. Baines is eligible, willing, and recommended for appointment, and her application should be in front of you.
Ms. Baines is the general manager at the Doubletree. So I'd entertain a motion for approval at this time.
Move for approval.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Reappointments.
Thank you. Now we have 4 reappointments. Terms have expired for 4 Tourism Development Authority members on April 30th, 2024. Beth Ann Rose, Judy Carey Winstead, Kay Mitchell, and Chairman Robbie Davis are all eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment.
Any questions on the reappointments? Entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Moved by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I will say I have one more that I'm trying to get in touch with that is up for reappointment. I have not been able to catch her yet. If she is willing to serve, she will be asked to be reappointed. If not, I would have someone in her place because she is one of the collectors as well. And I'm thinking that I may have to find somebody new on that one, but I'll just see how that goes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next item on the agenda is commissioner comments, or I'll tell you what I think I'll do just to make it work out right so we don't have to go in and out of closed session. Let's take about a 10-minute break and then come back and do the board appointments, the commissioner comments and the manager's comments, and then we should be in a position to do the Equalization Review Board. So at this time, I'll call for a 10-minute recess. Thank you. I'll call us back to order at this time, and we'll go ahead to item number 28. We got about 6 minutes, and it is commissioner comments, so I'll call on any commissioner that has any comments for the board at this time to make those. Anything any commissioner got on the mind?
Just one thing I want to mention, the mid-month is entirely for the budget. Is that the plan?
And I'm going to let you know that we'll have Citizens Academy graduation.
Okay.
Yep,
But as far as committee reports and
Right.
presentations, there will be none.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Outlaw. Anything other commissioner have any comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Wilkins.
I just wanted to let those know who don't that on April 30th, I attended a legal competency for local elected officials in Raleigh, put on by the UNC School of Government, and learned about a lot about being fluent in meeting procedures, understanding the local authority, rules and procedures, transparency requirements, conflicts of interest. Really enjoyed it. It was a day well spent, and Chairman Davis was there and our attorney. So we had a good time. I had a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that report. Anyone else? As you said, I too attended that, and I know myself as well as our attorney learned a few things. Any comments, Mr. Attorney?
That was very, very well done, and I'm still relying on the School of Government for information from time to time, so thank you.
Other comments? All right, I'm going to give a quick housing report. You know, I always like to do that. During the month of April, our permit department wrote just over $3 million worth of commercial permits, $3,081,000, and in the new home permits, we wrote 47 stick-built homes and 7 modular homes for a total of 54 new homes in Nash County. They were distributed pretty well throughout the county again. Out of those 40, total of 54, it was 23 different builders that applied for those, and so the home industry in Nash County is still pretty active and continues to build our total assessed value. Any other comments?
One question, does
Yes, sir.
your report, does it include the territory of the city of Rocky Mount?
It does not include the territory. That's a great question, Mr. Belfield. It does not include Rocky Mount. It includes all other areas of the county because we write permits in the total county with the exception of the city of Rocky Mount. And you actually get that report each month just like I do. I just try to make it public is what I tried to do. And it's one or two of you can talk about 2 more minutes. We can then do the Board of E&R. I guess we could go ahead and swear ourselves in, which is required. But anything else any commissioner has to say?
I've got a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
This is more a public safety announcement. It is planting time. I'm the farmer on the board. Please watch for slow-moving vehicles on the highway. They're out there doing an important job, getting the crops planted, and their equipment moves very slowly. So please give them a break and give them time to get where they need to go safely. And be careful when they slow down. They may not be slowing down for you to pass. They may be slowing down to make a left turn. So just please give them a break.
Point well made. I see that quite a bit now, moving from field to field. Mr. Combs, you look like you have something to say, sir.
Got the manager's report.
I'm going to do that after you.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think I had time for that. All right, if we can go ahead and do the swearing in, then I think we'll be sitting right on 11 o'clock. Am I turning it over to our distinguished judge, Bill Cooper?
All right. Good to be back here with my friends.
Good to have you, sir, and please give the governor our regards when you see him.
I will do it. Thank you all for doing this sometimes thankless job. We really appreciate, on behalf of all the citizens, of what you do. This is what we will do. I will say, I, and for example, you will simply say, Robbie B. Davis. And then I will read the rest of the oath, finishing with "So help me God," and then in unison, you all say, "So help me God," and then we will be done.
You wish for us to stand, I guess, sir?
I guess you can stand if you are able, and then put your best you can. If you can just, the best you can. Mr. Marvin, you can use your little finger, that'll be fine. And Ray, and just raise your right hand, holding the Bible with your left hand. That's okay with you. And I'm going to say "I," and then everybody say their name, and I'll do the rest and finish up with "So help me God." And then in unison, you'll say "So help me God." So here we go. I do solemnly swear and affirm that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office as a member of the Board of Equalization and Review of Nash County, North Carolina, and that I will not allow my actions as a member of the Board of Equalization and Review to be influenced by personal or political friendships or obligations. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again, and thank you for inviting me.
All right, it is now 11 o'clock according to my watch, and I'll call on Doris Sumner to make the presentation and report at this time. And we do I officially need to do anything to open up the Board of Equalization and Review?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll say we are now in the Equalization and Review Board.
Okay. In compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-322, the Nash County Board of Equalization and Review will meet to hear upon request any and all taxpayers who own or control taxable property assessed for taxation in Nash County with respect to the valuation of such property. And I would just like to say this morning, we have 3 appeals to come before the board. The informal appeal process has ended, which ended on April the 15th. We are still working on some appeals, and we have these 3 this morning. And the first one that we have is John B. and Tamara Erickson. This is for a property located at 2417 Winstead Road in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. And Eddie McCoy, our real estate supervisor, will come before you to give you some background on this appeal.
Would you give us that last name again, please?
Erickson, E-R-I-C-H-S-E-N.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I hope I don't get too close to the mic here. They say my voice carries. On the screen, if you'll, first let me say good morning to Board of Equalization Review and everyone in the audience, the Ericksons. My name is Eddie McCoy. I'm a real estate supervisor with Nash County Tax Department, and I wanted to just give some background information and some data on the Ericksons' home. My task here today is to explain new assessment. Oh, excuse me, let me start over. There is a photograph of the Ericksons' home that you can take a look at. There's also a detached building that is built similar to their home. And let's see if I can. And that's the building. Sorry the photo wasn't larger. but you can see the bottom level was built to be a garage. There is an apartment-type area above, and I will explain more as I go on. My task here today is to explain the new assessment and subsequent adjustments made on Mr. and Mrs. Erickson's property located at 2417 Winstead Road, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. They are formally appealing their 2024 property value. They are appealing their value to this board because they do not agree with the adjustments that were made. The original value was, and this was when the original notice was sent out, $332,530. This value was adjusted after an informal informal appeal by the owner to the current value, which it was changed to $250,180. This adjustment was made after issues were raised by Mr. Erickson concerning the condition of his home and improvements. There were also some updates made on the detached garage done by the previous owner, and those adjustments were that some of the space inside was finished. I believe it may have been an exercise room and a half bath. I think upstairs there is a full bath located above. The total value reduction was $82,350, and this was as of the informal appeal. That is a difference of 25% from the original assessment. This leaves a total per square foot value of $79.72 for land and improvements. That's the total property. Now, I have found 4 properties that I'm use as comparisons to the Erickson's property. I'm using these properties because we have to have a point of beginning before any adjustments are made to address the Erickson's concerns. They are 3504 Sheffield Road, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, 3816 Winchester Road, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, 4020 Hawthorne Road, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, and 300 Gravely Drive, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Of those 4, the one that I chose to use was 3504 Sheffield Road, which actually, in appearance, looks very similar to their home. Now, there's some differences, but you can see that they're very similar in construction style. Using the sales price, I have adjusted for some differences in the homes, took out the land value, and arrived at a value of $345,741. That's after I had taken the land value out, as I said, and due to some differences, which I will explain what they are. These adjustments were due to the fact that the comparable has an extra 140 square feet of living space. The comparable has an extra full bathroom. The subject has an attached 2-car garage, and the subject has a detached garage with finished space. The differences were a minus of, and this is for the square footage, $13,289. The full bath, $3,600, and $15,000 for the subject, or the lack of having a 2-car garage. I added $15,000 to this comparable, and I also added $15,400 to the comparable for the fact that it did not have a detached building, such as this. When I added back the land value, I came up with a total of $413,511. When I reached that total, I then subtracted information that I got from Mr. Erickson with his concerns and estimates that he had gotten from contractors. I've also given a couple of estimates of my own, and I subtracted that from the total that I got. That included foundation work by Ramjack, $64,466.62. Bathroom floor, which they had some mold issues in that bathroom, and I estimated it at $5,000. And the reason I did that is in my mother-in-law's house, we recently replaced the floor. The area was a little bigger. That estimate, or the actual cost for her floor replacement, was about $1,600. So I actually knew that the space was a little bigger, so I added some to that with some adjustment of $5,000. Two estimates to paint. One was $12,690. The other one was $16,530. I took the higher one to use. I personally, and it is personal, I did not think after walking through the home that the, I guess, cost of paint would not be as high, because there were some areas that may not need painting, like the ceiling, but there were some areas where I did see stress on the interior from the foundation issues that they had. Next was a air conditioning unit, HVAC, $16,641 for a 2-ton heating unit, which I thought might be a bit high. I recently replaced a 3-ton unit at my home. Granted, it is 1 story, but that 3-ton unit cost me $3,400. There was no duct work or anything else done, just the electrical connection and the unit itself. There's a sunroom, and I got a replacement cost for that. That's completely rebuilding it. I estimated that at $52,000. I think that after looking at the room, that it can be repaired. The main issue is the roof that leaks, and water may be ponding on that roof, also running down and causing some wood rot on the exterior and possibly the interior. So it might be repaired for a price less than $52,000. Next, we had an issue that concern that Mr. Erickson had, a detached building that covered deck. We do not have the decking listed. We do have the building, the structure as a shelter, an open shelter, but we don't have any decking. I think he may cover that as far as his estimate for replacing the decking. There's some fencing that he may mention. In our assessment, we've given, I think, significant depreciation that would cover that in our assessment. Next, we have the site, which we have adjusted his site, the site adjustment. His land consists of 2 lots that were combined some time ago, maybe before construction. It's a total of 91/100ths of an acre of land, which is pretty considerable for a property in that area. And so we actually have had some adjustments because of the site. Those adjustments were due to the size and also for the soil type, which it is a severe soil, which would be a problem if you're out in the county, but in the city limits with sewer, water and sewer, it's not so much of an issue. But he did have, I think back in 1999, as many of the homes in that area did sustain flood damage, which I believe all that has been repaired to this date. Now, I know I've given you a lot of information. Now I want to show you the other comparables. This is the one that I used. This is the second one. This is the, I believe, 3816 Winchester. This is 4020 Hawthorne Road. And that's actually an attached garage, but there's just a breezeway that connects it to the house. It's not physically the garage connected to that particular property. And the last one, this is 300 Gravely Drive. And all of these homes sold, and the last 3 sold in 2023. And that's the end of my slides. I'll go back to the original in case Mr. Erickson wants to use this photo. There was some information left that I forgot to go over. As I said, I deducted for the improvements that were above the subject, and I added for the improvements that the comparable did not have. And that was, and I arrived at the detached building. It also had, as I said earlier, 2 finished spaces inside, as well as a 1-bay garage. There's also a half bath and a full bath, the full bath being on the second floor, half bath being on the lower level. Also, and in that value, that's where I came up with the $15,400, which was basically $3,600 for the full bath that was in the subject. I used that as a guide, and then $1,800 for the half bath. In closing, I'd like to say that Mr. Erickson, which he has been helpful for us, and I've tried to be as professional as I could be in reviewing his concerns. His first estimate when he appealed informally was $160,000. After that, we responded, and he gave an estimate of $180,000 value for his home. He has since, and I probably will present to this board, an estimate of $205,071. And after all that, does anyone have any questions?
Yes.
Let me clear up one thing first, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Bellfield. It's been a while for some of us since we've done one of these equalizations.
It's my first.
Some of us have never done it, quite frankly. Doris, could you, or turn it over to Mr. McCoy, explain to us the process we're going to walk through so we'll know what questions asked? I should have got you to do that up front.
Okay.
I know we're going to hear.
My apologies. Yes, sir.
No, you don't need to apologize.
Okay.
I should have done this before we started to get exactly how this thing flows. If you could walk us through that a little bit. I know we've got appeals here. I know you've had your staff to put their side up. Then I guess we're going to hear from the appeal person, and then what happens next? So rather than me tell the answer to my own question, walk us through that process.
Okay, and I may have gone out of order because I probably should have had the Ericksons come up to state their appeal and then the tax office, but after they make their appeal, the board may vote on the appeal and render a decision. Should the board need to delay its decision for further discussion or investigation, the taxpayer or appellant will be dismissed and advised that he or she will receive notification of the board's decision within 30 days of the adjournment date of June 30th.
Okay. So the next person that's going to come, we're going to get them to go first.
Yes, we're going to get them to go
Then
first.
we're going to hear staff report.
Yes.
And then we can make a decision at that time, or we can.
You can make a decision after you've
Heard from both sides.
heard from both sides, yes.
Or then what is our other alternative?
Or you could delay making that decision to a later time, and then we would just have to notify the appellant within 30 days.
Within 30 days, okay. All of this takes place in a public meeting, Mr. Attorney?
Yes.
Okay, all this goes on in a public meeting. And we're going to have 2 of these meetings. This is the first one, is that correct?
There's the first one, and the second one will be on June 3rd.
Okay, but these 4 answers would need to take place before the second one because the 30 days will
Yes.
either be passed or real close to it.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions about procedure a board member has?
Oh, no, I was just going to ask, those comparisons that you made up there, are they in the same community? The homes that you were comparing, are they located in the same community?
No, sir. It wouldn't be in the same subdivision. They are in Rocky Mount. The Erickson's property is located near Old Mill Road. It actually abuts the park over there. I believe that's Stone Road Park. But there's a park that, with a softball, baseball field that is to the rear of their property.
Stone Road is right.
Yeah. The other properties are located several blocks back from Harris Teeter, Sunset Avenue. They are all adjacent to Winstead Road and Winstead Avenue. They're probably all accessible from Winstead Avenue and maybe a couple more streets.
Well, I asked that question because homes sell different depending on the area they're located in.
Yes, sir. Yeah, location well, when I started this job 37 years ago, the first thing I learned is with real estate, the first three important things is location, location, location. If I had found homes that would have been comparable, that's why I had to go out of the area. A lot of the homes that had sold during the time frame I was looking were not adjacent to their homes, so I had to expand a little bit to find those sales that were there. And also, like I said, we did adjust the site for the size because it is a couple of lots that were combined.
Any more questions of Mr. McCoy at this time?
Mr. Chairman, you said that the last 3 homes sold in 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the selling price of each one?
The selling price of those homes were, let's see, excuse me just a moment. Okay, Sheffield Drive, and I did have some additional information. Sheffield Drive sold for $400,000. Winchester sold for $337,500. Hawthorne Road sold for $425,000. And the last one, Gravely Drive sold for $405,000. And I also do have a per square foot price for what they all sold for, as well as when I made adjustments to the Erickson's property, I did have an adjusted value, and then that's the value that I did use in adjusting for their concerns and the estimates that they had given and the 2 estimates that I made. And after I did make the adjustments and taking the lot value out first, I came with a value just for the improvements on their property. It was $345,741. Now, then I added the land back in, which the land value for the comparable that I used was $67,770. When I did that, I came up with a total of $413,511. After that, I subtracted the Erickson's information, and I came up with a total $258,873, which is $8,693 more than what the current tax value is, which is $250,180.
Other questions? You stated when you first started talking, you had the value down. I thought you said the value you had reduced it to was $250,180.
Yes, sir. That's what, after the informal appeal,
right,
which I think the initial value was $332,530.
Right.
We made an adjustment after that informal appeal down to $250,180.
Which is the current tax value?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the current tax value.
So you're saying it didn't go up any?
Well, it went down from the 530 to the 180.
When you say current tax value, are you talking about prior to the reval, or are you talking about what you're at today?
The initial value for the notice that they received was $332,530.
Okay.
They appealed that value, and that's where we came to the 180.
Do you know what the value was prior to?
No, sir, I didn't check the previous value.
It doesn't really matter. The only question I had was, you had a very large number for Ramjack to do work. That's work that hasn't been done yet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you gave a discount for what that would be costing once that correction was made.
Pardon?
So you discounted that off in your values?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd adjusted my final value per the estimates that he gave.
I see your methodology.
And Mr. Erickson did have a previous estimate from Ramjack several years ago. I think it was $80,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, same thing. The previous value was, and this was based on the 2017 reevaluation, $160,820.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Doris.
Any other questions of Mr. McCoy? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to have the applicant
appellant.
talk next, right?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
sir.
all right, thank you. Mr.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Ladies and
You would just
gentlemen.
state your name and your address. We have it, but just state it for the record of the clerk.
My name is Tamara, Tamara, and my last name is slightly different than my husband's. It's GAER-ERICHSEN.
Okay.
And the address is 2417 Winstead Road, Rocky Mount, 27804.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. I'm a little nervous.
I can assure you, you don't need to be nervous before this board.
You're not going to bite.
We're not going to bite, we're just regular Nash County folks.
Okay.
So make yourself at ease.
Okay. The first thing I want to point out is this gentleman, Eddie, was wonderful when he came out to our house. He was very kind and thorough. But I don't think I don't know whether he knows the difference or noticed the difference between a half bath and a powder room. There's no half bath in that separate building. The downstairs is just a toilet and a sink, which is considered a powder room, not a half bath. A half bath has to have either a shower or some place to bathe. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, we didn't know that it wasn't on the records, that building. They told us everything when we bought it, that it was all okay. And Mr. Belfield mentioned neighborhoods. We have 2 halfway houses that just opened up, one right across the street from us and one 3 houses from us. And that affects the value of your house. It's a difference in the neighborhood. But we believe that the value, we could never get the kind of money that they're estimating that we could get for this house. My husband's 74 years old. I'm 72. He's had 18 eye surgeries. He's done most of the work on the house himself. And you have copies of all of the things that needed to be done. And the basis of our disagreement with the valuation is the diminished value since we purchased the house. There were a lot of things that were covered up when we bought the house. The salesperson was best friends with the seller. And and Mr. Erickson has not been employed since 2005, so he's worked on the house all the time. And I'm not capable of doing the repairs on the house. We were told that the foundation has failed and that it would cost $65,000 to restore the foundation and construct a drainage system for it around the foundation. And apparently you have a copy of that. The mold, we had a hard time getting somebody to even look at it because it's such a small room. And we believe that it's going to cost at least $20,000 to do that bathroom because they're going to have to take the subfloor up and remove that and replace it because it's sinking around the toilet. After the foundation's been jacked and all the repairs to cracked walls throughout the house, repainting is estimated at $16,530. And we had 3 different estimates from different people and took like the mid-estimate. The heating and air conditioning, the city of Rocky Mount recommended that we get gas, we got a new system put in with $7,000 for the downstairs only. The upstairs, the estimate that we got was $16,641. And so we put up thermal curtains during certain times of the year because we can't afford to heat and cool, both floors because it's just too expensive. And the upstairs unit is from 1979. The sunroom has a ridged metal roof, and over the years, the water has intruded, and it's now infested with some kind of insect that drops stuff all over the room. And I don't know what that would cost. I have not gotten an estimate on that. But you can see the holes in the beams. And my husband covered them up so that aesthetically it looks okay. But these huge beams, I don't even know where we would get them now. They are rotten. The sunroom is 12 by 19, and the cost to demolish it and replace it, a median average cost per square foot is $335. So that would cost $76,380. And the covered deck on the rear of the property, we didn't know that wasn't like on your records. I don't know. He said it was an open deck. It is open. It doesn't have sides on it. It has a fireplace, but it doesn't have sides on it. And he has consistently over the time that we've owned the house replaced those boards, but because they didn't do it with pressure-treated wood, it's all rotten. And the fence surrounding the rear of the property, part of it's braced up because the posts are rotted. And that's $50 a foot and would be 65 feet. Would cost $3,250. And we provided all of this. You should have all of this. There's the irrigation system that we put in. It's the manifold frozen, the electronics are corroded, and there are several broken pipes underground, and the water meter will show that it hasn't worked in 8 years. And we paid a lot of money for that, but we can't get anybody to fix it because they have to dig up the whole thing. And your inspector had said that we made improvements to that second building, and that second building, we provided pictures of it. All we did was change the furniture. We didn't make any improvements, and it's just as it was when we bought it. I think we painted it. We painted the bathroom. But we didn't do anything else to that upstairs that he seemed to think that we did. But I don't think any reasonable buyer would pay that much money for that house. I mean, anybody walked in, all of those shutter things on the outside of the house, they're rotten. And the fence, he actually has cut out pieces of wood and made what looks like the tops of those fence posts in places where they've blown off in storms and the like, because they don't make it anymore, that kind of fence. So we can't even, we'd have to replace the whole fence. And so just a cursory inspection would show you that the foundations failed. The people next door sold their house, and they had to dig a trench all the way around the entire house. And I don't know what it's called. And put a French drain in I'm sorry, I don't know much about construction, so they had to put a French drain in because those houses shouldn't have been allowed to stand. The end houses on our street were condemned after Floyd, and we still have damage in our garage from Floyd, but we just can't afford to repair that, and it's inside the garage. So we have cracked walls and peeling paint throughout the house where certain corners meet. You can see that it's moving because the paint's even wrinkled. And he's repaired all of that. I'm sorry I'm taking so long, but, pardon me? Oh, okay. But you can see that it's moving, it's still moving, and it's not moving a little bit. And we have 1970s era bathroom fixtures. The only fixtures that we've replaced is the kitchen fixture. And that was because Delta paid, they guaranteed it for life and they replaced it for free. We came back here to the United States and to live and thought we were going to work on the house for 6 months and both go back to work. And he had his 18th eye surgery, 17th, 18th, 16th, 17th, and 18th, and hasn't been able to work since. I don't think anybody would pay more than $205,000 for this house. So I appreciate your time, and whereas most of the area is in appreciating in value. Ours has depreciated because of where it is and the condition it's in. So, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Is it, Ms. Sumner, is it proper for the commissioners to ask the applicant questions? Okay. Any questions of the applicant at this time?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
what year was your home built in?
1975, 76?
76,
76.
Thank you.
And it was built by a really good builder, but the land under the house is no good.
And how long have you been in the home?
We bought it in 2005 and moved in 2006. And my husband, I don't mean to diminish it in any way, he has worked unbelievably hard to try and keep the house in as good a condition as possible. And I take care of the house too, to the best of my ability. But it's just gotten to a point now where it's between the insects and the...
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Does the board have any more questions for the tax office on this appeal?
Questions of board members?
Mr. McCall, what was the land value of the house?
The land value for the Ericksons,
That plot, that is.
just a moment. Okay, their land value is a total of $47,610. And also, I failed to mention earlier, and I know Mrs. Erickson did, as far as the sprinkler system goes, we do not list sprinkler systems. I guess if it was more prevalent for the area that most homes had sprinkler systems, we might assess them, but at current, we do not assess the sprinkler systems.
Other questions?
Did you define the bad, half bad definition?
Mr. Erickson would like to say something before he does. I would like to say, yeah, powder room is basically a half bath. It's a sink and a toilet. That's fine. It's just terminology by where you, I guess, where you were raised and grew up.
The appellant wants to address the board again.
I have a couple questions, but we can take care of that, then I'll ask my questions.
Yes, sir.
Hello. John B. Erickson. I just wanted to make one other note. The comparables that have been referred to are in far nicer neighborhoods than our house. They may look similar, but they're not comparable. You can drive by the houses that have been referred to as comparable and in the neighborhoods that they're located in, and then drive by our home, and you'll find that there's a considerable difference. The surrounding properties are in decline, with exception of a handful of good neighbors. But I'm not, the point that I've been told about how this all works is that the house is worth what a reasonable person would be willing to pay for the house. And what I believe is that anybody that would be interested in the house would absolutely bring an inspector with them. And by the time the inspector was done looking at our house, I doubt seriously that anyone would be interested in it. It's a wooden house. It's, as we said, it's built back in the 70s. In spite of our best efforts to maintain the house, we haven't been able to. And that's a long story. But what I'm trying to say is that if a reasonable buyer came to our property and then went to those other properties, they would absolutely buy those other properties over our property because ours is not comparable. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McCoy, a couple of questions I have. You had indicated the value of those comps that you had. Would you mind giving us those square foot values? You said you had that with you. I'd like to know what that was.
Yes, sir. Okay, the amounts were, the first sale, 3504 Sheffield Drive, $400,000. Square footage was 3,290. That came to $121.58 per square foot.
Okay.
And that does include all improvements, lot and land and others. Second sale, 3816 Winchester Road, $337,500. That square footage was 3,676. That came to $91.82 per square foot. The third sale, 4020 Hawthorne Road, $425,000 at 3,511 square feet. That's $121.05 per square foot. The last sale, Gravely, $405,000 square footage, 3,737, $108.55 per square foot.
And to confirm what I wrote down, I believe you said, and in this case, all in with the land and any exterior improvements, your last number you came to was $79.72 a square foot?
I think, yeah, I made an error, $79 and I think 42 cents.
Okay.
What it should have been.
79.42 and not
Yeah.
72, okay.
Yes, that would be the 250,180 divided by 3,150.
Okay.
And due respect to the Ericksons, I know it's difficult for them to, I guess, not be as familiar with real estate. What I've tried to do is, because we had to have a starting point, that's where I looked at the comparables. His adjustments basically were done in consideration of the tax value, and they may have been also based on his income, which when we do assessments, we don't consider a person's individual status.
Right.
We look at the property alone.
Sure.
And the property is all we have to consider when we do our assessments.
Right. In the time I spent with our consultant that we used, I learned that normally they assigned a 1 through 5 value to a home based on condition and several other things.
Yes, sir.
And so do you know what that value that was assigned to this home was?
You're talking about the subject property?
Yes, sir, the subject property.
As far as the tax assessment, or?
Yes, sir. When they came up with the original number, they assigned some number from 1 to 5, I think, based on condition of the house.
The 300, let's see, I think it was 335. Check back here.
No, I'm looking at a 1 through 5 number.
1 through 5, as far as condition?
Yes, sir.
I would say it's probably average to better.
Okay.
After walking through their home, it's solid, but you can tell from the floors that there are some foundation issues. Also, there's some stressing around the door frames in some corners, which is typical, I guess, for settling. But also, yes, I do understand that they had an issue with flooding and the foundation issues, which I myself actually have some crawl space issues. Try to take all that into consideration when looking at the property and adjusting for it, and trying to do the best we could with the information we had. But overall, I think they have a nice home. Yes, and I agree with them that it does have issues. If you did a test, as many people do, roll a marble on the floor, it's going to go to the corners. I could see that it was just sloping just with the naked eye.
Right.
And, but, it didn't seem that there were any spongy areas. As far as the flooring goes, they appeared to be solid. The walls, there didn't seem to be any water spots. I think Mr. Erickson has actually repaired and painted and done some work to the floors as well as the walls.
But in just listening to you talk, the way you came down to the number you were from where you were to start with, it appears like you made a great effort in trying to account for all those things you just listed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which is the way you generally would do stuff.
Right, yeah, any appeal that we have during any year or before this board, you try to gather as much information as you can that is, I guess, most like the subject property.
Sure.
In the past, probably haven't gone as in-depth, but also you have some appeals that were of subdivisions where there were plenty of homes that were like in that same subdivision.
Sure.
And they were probably newer.
Right.
Older homes, that there are some issues, not just foundation, but others.
Okay. Understood. Any other questions? I'm going to let you go ahead one more time, but I can't keep going back and forth all day, but please. We didn't ask that question, but I happen to know they were not. No, ma'am.
This house flooded in Floyd in 79.
I didn't quite.
He said his home flooded in 1999.
Right, sure. Yeah, I caught that it flooded here in Floyd, which about 40% of the homes in Rocky Mount indeed did do that. So we understand that. But Sumner, again, inexperienced, and I wished I'd prepared myself a little bit better. Do you envision us now taking up each one of these as we go?
Yes.
Which I would think would be more appropriate rather than hear them all?
Right.
So you envision us make a decision on this one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any prescribed method by which this board discusses this, or do I just handle it the way I see fit?
I think you all could discuss it, or if you want to just go ahead and make a decision, or if you want to delay it and get some more information.
I personally think we've got the information we need to make a decision.
All right.
I think you did a very thorough job of that, but does other board members have anything else they wish to say? I've got a few comments to make, but I certainly always let the board go first.
Mr. Chairman.
Should we make a decision today?
I think we should, Mr. Belfield.
Well, I'm not ready to make a decision today. I need a little bit more review.
Okay, well, I understand that. And the reason I think that is we are going here for today. We're going to have to make that decision sometime before we meet again as Equalization review. So I think we should take care of them as they come to us and not delay it unless we see something that we're of major consequences that we're missing. And I certainly don't see that here today.
All right, what is your recommended value of that property?
Mr. Belfield, let me continue. I had another question over here, and he's given us that value, so I'll refer back to that in just a moment. Ms. Wilkins?
It's not so much the value, but I know that area well. I know that home well because I travel Winstead Road quite often. And the other areas and homes that it was compared to, I know Hawthorne well, I know all those roads that Mr. McCoy mentioned well, but I just have a concern that this home was assessed based on the brick homes and all the other ones around it, and which are not in decay or being kept up. But, so I just have a problem with what it was compared to.
Okay.
So.
Well, I understand we didn't get any conditions of the other homes that it was compared to, so we really can't make that statement.
Well, it's just
But
that,
I agree, the neighborhoods are somewhat different. I understand what you're
Yeah.
saying there. But the condition of those homes, we don't have.
and then
information
all
on
of them, even my own assessment, when the assessors come around, they don't come inside and look at the homes to assess that value or how much they have gone down over the years or so.
They don't come into it when they do the initial, but apparently when you appeal it, they spend quite a bit of time in the home, is what I've heard here this morning.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add, also, if the board does, if there is their pleasure to take some time, you can actually do an internet search of the sales, and there are pictures available online that shows the conditions. As far as I know, one home was, there was some remodeling done. Owners had moved out. I think that was the 3504 Sheffield. The other three were basically, for the information I have, were sold kind of as is, and some did need some renovations.
Okay, thank you for that. Other comments? In myself, just looking at this as one of the commissioners, it appears like we're at $79.42 a square foot. That is a very, very low price to purchase a home in Rocky Mount at this current time. When you look at the comparables, which we all agree, comparables are not the best comparables in the world, as Mr. McCoy said, but when you get the average of those comparables per square foot price, we are discounting in this particular home due to the conditions and the things spelled out, somewhere in the 40% range. Mr. Boone, are you calculating that number for me? And versus, if you would also carry it to the, tell me what percent discount is at the 79.42? He knows what I'm thinking up here. I was trying to do that myself and keep listening, and a little bit hard to do.
71.5% or discount of 28.5%.
Okay, so we've discounted 28.5% for what needs to be done on the home. I personally think this Board of Commissioners has to rely tremendously on staff to get us where we need to be in this equalization and review process. It seems like they've done the due diligence on it. As Mr. McCoy said, I believe he said 38 years. What did you say, number of years you've been here?
37.
37 years. And so it's not like we don't have someone here that certainly has great experience of what he's done, and everybody spoke highly of him, including the applicant, and quite frankly, I've never heard anything but high remarks on him. And I just personally feel we got to rely on that, and it's obvious that a huge discount has been made, and I feel that we need to utilize the recommendation that we got for the staff for the number on the house, which is $250,180. But that's where I stand on it. Other comments? Mr. Ayrton?
I guess I would agree with you but at the same time, if I was going to make an adjustment, it would be a $5,000 reduction.
Hey, what, sir?
I said, I pretty much agree with you, but if I was going to make an adjustment, it would be a $5,000 reduction.
$5,000 adjustment, okay. Other comments? Mr. Anthony, if I could say, I appreciate you somewhat agreeing with my thoughts on that. I don't know that this board needs to make an arbitrary adjustment without some reason to make that, but if you want to state a reason you made that, this board certainly would like to hear what your reason for it was.
Okay. If all the conditions that the homeowner have mentioned are true, then if somebody else come by this house, they still have a whole lot of repairs to do. But at the same time, the homeowner's made a bad choice in buying this house. And our department has done a great job of reassessing the value of the house. And I guess out of my, I guess sympathy for the homeowner, and being a wood frame house, sound like the bees gonna finish it off. That was kind of my reasoning.
Okay, thank you, sir. We got any other comments? We've got 3 more of these to do this morning. If not, if somebody wish to make do I follow normal procedure? I apologize for not being totally prepared this morning, but do I just take recommendations from the board and move forward with it?
And you all can vote on the appeal, I guess, for or against it, I mean.
Do we set a new value if the value changed, or are we restricted to either we approve the value or not approve the value?
You approve or not approve?
That's where we're at? Okay, I appreciate you explaining that to me. Do y'all understand what she said? We can either approve the value or not approve the value. We don't change the value.
Mr. Chairman, is this the adjusted value, like for example?
It is the adjusted value from 332, 530 to 250, 180.
Okay.
Properly stated, Mr. McCoy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So that's where we're at. We can approve the adjusted value or disapprove the adjusted value. Do you mind telling me if we disapprove it, what happens then?
Well, you could delay the decision if you wanted to discuss it further, and then respond back to the taxpayer within 30 days.
Yeah. I understand that part, but you're saying we disapprove it, but what happens at that point?
Then the appellant has an option to go to the Property Tax Commission if they do not agree with this decision.
That would happen if we approved it. I understand that. But let's just say this board just arbitrarily disapprove the number that you have. What is the next step? And I apologize for putting you on the spot, but we're all trying to learn a process here. No, we're asking our consultant behind you a question, I think.
Mr. Roundtree and I were just discussing that, and we actually, and I know Doris has not had any experience with this at all.
Right, and we realize both of you have got experience, so.
We actually believe that, the way we interpret the statute, that you all can set any value that you so choose.
Okay.
You can approve the value, or you can set a new value, whatever value you decide you believe is correct.
Okay. All right, that's kind of where I thought we were, but I wasn't sure. Mr. Attorney, are you with us and okay with where we're at?
I'm reviewing the statute more clearly, but I believe that that's correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Ms. Sumner, you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay, so our new guidelines are we can accept this value or we can adjust this value, is where we are. And I do want to apologize to the public. It has been a very long time since you only do it every 8 years, but we didn't have any at all last time because everybody's value went down, and quite frankly, in 22 years, I don't remember ever dealing with one. And Mr. McCoy has confirmed that we have it, I think.
sir.
But he's been here longer than any of us up here, including you, Mr. Belfield, so we're gonna get it together, I promise you that. So with those new guidelines, I need a motion of what to do with this item.
One question, did you say that it's been adjusted down to 250?
Mr. Belfield, it was originally at $332,530. It is now at $250,180. That includes the home as well as the land, and the land value puts the home value at about $210,000 because the land value was a little less than that, was $47,610, almost an acre of land. Where is that? That's certainly a reasonable value for it. Because we got 6,000 square foot lots now selling for $65,000 in Rocky Mount, quite frankly.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Collins.
my observation is that the other houses, we were given the square foot value, what they were sold for, and Jonathan, you had the figure, and I might have missed it, but anyway, those four houses.
$111 was the average. $111 per square foot was the average.
Okay, well, I had 110, okay. And this one, at the $250,000, is valued at roughly $79 and so.
42 cents.
Land and house.
Land and house. So that's $31 a square foot less.
Yes, sir.
Based on everything else I'm seeing, I'd make a motion that we approve the $250,180.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to approve the value come up with by our staff. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
Aye.
That motion carries on a 6-1 vote, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you.
Okay, and at this time, we will send a new notice to the appellant on the value from the board.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, just, the board has the authority to increase, decrease, or accept the recommendation.
Appreciate that. At least I know we're on good legal ground here now. And I thank you on behalf of the applicant for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Next item.
Okay, the next appellant is Kim Ing Koo and Richard T. Smith with parcel number 020730. This property is located at 220 South Inglewood Drive, and if Ms. Koo could come forward to make her case to the board.
That was 220 South Inglewood?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you, Dr. Koo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dr. Koo, and I live in 220 South Englewood Drive in Nash County side of Rocky Mount. As you can see, my home covers 3,100 square feet. For the past several years, I've been paying Nash County the property tax of 67 cents for every $100 worth of property value. My yearly tax has been $1,654.57. I pay about the same amount to the city of Rocky Mount for the same property. You can almost call this double dipping, right? Paying two taxes for one home. On March the 15th, I received a revaluation notice of my property value. It jumped up by a whopping 77.6%, from $246,950 to $438,720. This means my taxes will also increase by the same rates. I spoke to the Nash County Commissioners about this on April the 1st. I actually came to your meeting and spoke to you.
You did.
And filed an informal appeal as well. On April 17th, I received the results of my informal appeal. The new revaluation is now set at $366,090, which now makes it a 48.24% increase of the original value. Nevertheless, my new property taxes to Nash County will increase from $1,654.57 to $2,542.80. Still very high, don't you think, if you double that to include the city taxes, the city of Rocky Mount. When I submitted my original appeal, I submitted a whole bunch of what I call comparable market analysis. And for that reason, it came down a little bit. But I decided that this is not the way I'm going to approach it at this second appeal. I am submitting a formal appeal to you for what I think is a ridiculous way for the county to raise taxes. It is devious and deceptive, and I'll tell you why. If I buy a new car today, for every year of use, my car depreciates. By the time I'm ready to sell it, after several years of use, the price of the sale will be very much lower than what I pay for it, even with taking inflation into account. It should be so with buildings and any means of production, like machinery. They depreciate with time and use, not increase in price because of some arbitrary law. The law of economics dictates as such. You use something, and from the use, wear and tear, the building and the machinery age with use and time and depreciate accordingly. You cannot tell me that my house, which was built in 1998, and after my living there for the past 16 years, suddenly become more valuable than when I first purchased it. Unless I make capital improvements to my house, or if there are land use around my house that got capital improvement, increased infrastructure or whatever, shouldn't the value lessen from depreciation year to year? You see, this kind of thing where my property value is suddenly increased in value, make homeowners believe that they have more equity and that their whole houses are worth more. But really, it's kind of a way of increasing the tax burden on homeowners, okay? Now, if Nash County needs more taxes, it would be more honest if you raise the rate of taxation. I would, like, for example, from 67 cents to, let's say, 95 cents, like Edgecombe County. Then you will get the same whatever raise that you need for your taxes. But instead, the people of North Carolina are told that because of some inane law that actually defies the law of economics, that their property suddenly appreciates from use rather than depreciates. I was given some mumbo-jumbo mathematics as to why my property is worth so much more. It is this kind of capricious law that overprices house and exacerbates the housing crisis even more. Good working people are being driven from their homes. Our homeless population has become uncontrollable, and this is shameful beyond belief. See, my thing is that if you want to increase your revenue, right, one of the things that you guys can do, and all the legislators up in the city, in the state legislation, and Congress, right? Why don't you fight the 95%, the $95 billion bill that was just passed for fighting more wars outside this country? Shouldn't the money come back to us? It's my tax dollars, your tax dollars, everybody's tax dollars. So what I'm saying is that I feel that this is the wrong approach, where the tax burden is put on common people, poor working people, right? Why don't we all together go to Washington, D.C. and demand they give us more money for our infrastructure, for our housing, for our health care? All right, what I'm saying is that in spite of all this comparable market analysis about how our houses should be worth less and all this, it's not going to cut anything. Because this is not the way you raise taxes. The burden is really on people. And I really am kind of upset about this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the thing is that, like I said, I came here with a different approach. I don't know if my appeal is going to move you guys, but nevertheless, I want you to know that I am appalled by the illogic of the whole process. At the very least, my property should remain the same value or even less. And you cannot compare my property value to new houses of equivalent sizes as a reasonable argument. My thing is that I live in this house. I use it. I didn't make any capital improvement. Why suddenly it's worth more than when I bought it? It's the same with my car. Right now, if I sell my car, it's not going to bring me the same price that I have or more when I bought it. So somehow or other, I'm just saying to you is that the logic defies me. And it should defy everybody. Because the tax burden is put on us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If any commissioner have any questions of Dr. Cook? Only thing I'd like to ask you, I want to make sure I understood what you said. You made the statement that you brought in your informal appeal some comps in the area that you apparently felt comfortable with.
Right.
And they gave you a new value.
Right.
Did you feel comfortable that the value reflected what the comp that you brought showed it should be?
No, because like I said before, it increased by 43%. From 78% that was initially assessed to 43%. So you're still telling me that my house is worth more than when I first bought it through wear and tear. And my argument is that it should be worth less. There is in the comparable market analysis a price that was given. The lower price and the higher price.
Let me make sure you understand my question. I understand
your question, but you're asking me if I'm satisfied with the new...
No, that's not what I asked you.
Okay.
What I asked you was, I understand your whole philosophy that you don't like the way it's done. I've got that. And therefore, you think it's too high, that it should be going down. I fully understand what you're saying. But my real question is, based on the comps that you brought them of sales that you must have felt comfortable with, did it get to a value that, looking at that only, that made some sense to you?
No. The value, the market, the comparable market analysis lists the low value of 210,000.
Okay.
And the high value of 400,000. Now, your first analysis or your first revaluation was 438,000 or something like that.
438,720.
Right, 438,000. And the market analysis that I handed in had a low value and a high value.
Right, okay.
Okay, and an average value. But the low value is 210,000 and the high value is 400,000.
Do you have the average value there?
The average value is 306,430. 306,435.
Okay, you've answered my question now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I answer your question, but I'm saying to you is that when I first got this, right, that was my first knee-jerk reaction.
Sure.
Is to look for comparable market analysis and all that.
Yeah.
But then when I thought about it, at the second appeal, I said, I'm going to approach it differently because this is not the way I feel is correct.
Sure.
All right? The reasoning, the logic defies me.
Right.
And that's why I came here feeling that at least I have a case to put forward to you all.
You do, and you put forward very well, and I know, I've heard you speak many times, I know you're an extremely intelligent lady. And you also got to understand that we are a division of the state of North Carolina.
I know.
The county is.
I understand.
Therefore, we have to work with the general statutes that we are giving. That's the method by which we have to operate, and we don't need to debate that today, but I don't want you to leave here not thinking decent of this board because of what our hands are tied to operate within.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I do, like I say, I know that you have to raise taxes, all right? My thing was that why do you reevaluate property when you can just raise the property taxes or raise land value?
Well, I'd like to make one other thing clear. Unfortunately, and I don't like this the way it works, we haven't set a tax rate yet. You don't know what your tax is going to be after we set the tax rate.
Right.
We'll know that toward the end of June. So your numbers you gave may be correct if we leave what you call the mill rate the same, but we haven't set that rate, therefore we don't know what your taxes would be. So bear with us until we get to the end of the journey.
Okay. And, you know, just so you know, I mean, I pay state taxes, I pay federal taxes, and right now I'm a retired physician, and I do have a set income and all that. And I feel that unless my property taxes, you know, which we all pay double, all of us pay double. We pay Nash County and we may pay Rocky Mount, okay? So,
if you live in a municipality, you pay two taxes.
Yeah, we pay two taxes for one property, and it's become a real tax burden for older people like this. And it makes me realize that maybe what I should do is sell my house because it's too big for me since my husband passed away. But
And
You
the
know,
important
the
question
property
is-
taxes just makes it unbearable at this point,
I got it.
right?
The real question is, what would you take for your house? And don't respond to that, please. So, thank you for being here this morning.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to express my view on that. Thank you.
Okay. If we could hear staff's recommendation on this one?
Well, one comment.
All right, and Mr. Jim Wren will come. Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me one second. Mr. Belfield, did you have something you wanted to say?
One comment that was made about depreciation of cars. There's a difference between automobiles and real estate.
Understood.
And you can get a depreciation on real estate in filing your income tax.
Right.
But, and also with automobiles too. But in comparing automobiles, vehicles with real estate, it's two different things.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay, and Mr. Jim Wren will come forward to present the staff report on this appeal.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Of course, I'm Jim Wren. I'm a staff appraiser right now for Pioneer Appraisal, and having worked here previously. Dr. Koo, as she explained, she filed a timely appeal, and she's been very pleasant to work with throughout all of this, even though we have disagreed on a few things. But the subject property, as she stated, she received a notice from us for $438,720, and she filed a timely appeal and expressed her opinion of value. And then we took the comps that, and matter of fact, she had, excuse me, she had, I believe it was 17, yeah, she had 17 comps that she gave us, and 15 of those ranged in age or year built from 1950 to 1977. Dr. Koo's residence was built in 1998. And then one was a 1986 property, but that one had not sold. It was listed but not sold. And then there was another one that was built in 1997, but it was 870 square feet smaller and had 1/2 less baths. Bear with me just a second. So what we did was, when Dr. Koo appealed, and we agreed that she definitely should have appealed. She had a justifiable appeal. And when we got that appeal in, what I did was I took the 17 comparables that she had, and one thing I should note about the comparables, it's a it's a comparable property analysis, but when I looked through it, and I think I mentioned this to Dr. Koo, there were no adjustments for the age of the properties. There were no adjustments for the other features like the number of baths, for the size of the difference in the size of the square footage. And there was a pretty good range of square footage there. So what I did, in other words, none of the 17 properties had any adjustments at all. So, you know, when you're comparing comparable properties, if they're not comparable, then, you know, if you're doing a fee appraiser, which we don't do, we do mass appraisal. But if you're looking at a fee appraisal, the fee appraiser is going to go in and they're going to take each of the comps and compare it to the subject, and then each feature that they're, in other words, let's say if the comp is inferior to the subject, then they have to add value to bring it up to the value of the subject. If the comp is superior in a feature, maybe it's got 4 bathrooms and the subject has 3, then you have to decrease the value of the comp. And what they're trying to do, of course, is arrive at the value at the, at a comparable value with all features being relatively the same at the end of the comparison or the appraisal. So what I did was I took her comps and I used $101 per square foot rate. And then I took that and I adjusted for the 21 years difference in the comp that I was using amongst her comps, and adjusted for age, and then I adjusted also for the difference in the size of the lot. In her case, obviously the subject was much newer than the comp. The comparable in this case was 1977, hence 21 years difference in age. So we adjusted the depreciation by our schedule of values. And then I apologize for my voice. I've been having trouble with pollen and that type of thing. It's just been really tough this year. But we'll get through it. Anyway, then her lot was smaller than the comparable property. So we made a negative adjustment in her favor for that feature. But that's how we came up with the $366,090 that we sent her the notice for. In other words, her value was reduced from the original notice to $366,090. And then after we, of course, after Ms. Koo, Dr. Koo responded indicating that she was going to go to this level, we did look at some other comparable properties that were more closely comparable as far as age goes, and we have them here, I hope. Let's see. I'll find them in just a second. Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Mr. Rand, you also have a picture of her property?
Yes, sir, that was the, I think that's the very
That was
first one up there. Let me go backwards.
That's her property?
That's Dr. Koo's property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Comparable one now is actually from Dr. Koo's 17 properties. This should be, whoops, let me go back. This should be 4004 Hawthorne Road. This property was built in 1966. This is from her group. It had the square foot of living area was 2,821 square feet compared to Dr. Koo's 3,100 square feet. And the sale price was $337,000 for that property. And that breaks down to $119 a square foot. All right, now I'm going to move to the next comparable. This one, this comparable too is 2116 Edinburgh Road. It sold in 2022 for $366,500, built in 1993. But it's very close in the area, the square feet of living area. This one has 3,031 square feet.
And its square footage price?
Square footage price, I think that calculates out to $121 per square foot.
Okay.
You agree with that? And then comparable number 3. Yeah, comparable number 3 is at 2108 Edinburgh Road. It sold for $339,000, and it sold in 2022, January 2022. It was built in 1991. The living area is 3,106 square feet, very comparable. And 339,000, I believe, calculated out to $109 per square foot. So, let's see. So I guess comparable number 2, of course, ironically hit the closest to the second notice that we sent her at $366,500. So any questions?
Questions of Mr. Wren on this one?
And the thing just boils down to, for us, I think, it's just no adjustments, you know, for any of the features, you know.
What did that statement mean, sir? What did you mean by that statement?
Well, that there were no adjustments on her original comparables that she provided to us. It was just an average of the sales, but no adjustments for square footage differences,
okay,
size of the lot, number of baths, any adjustments at all. But,
but
as she stated, it was an average put in there of those properties.
What was her square footage price, where you're at now at the 366?
Yeah.
118.
118? Thank you.
You know what, I don't even know if I...
That's correct.
118? Okay.
How do you take into account the fact that it appeared like her house was a total brick house, maybe?
Well, I didn't figure the feature of her as being a brick over the others, but you know, we're trying to be as reasonable as we can, and I could go further and adjust for the fact that it's brick versus non-brick, because the brick in the market typically will bring a little more money. I could have made another adjustment, and
but that adjustment was not made.
No, sir.
Okay.
I did not add to her value because of the type of exterior wall.
Understood. Anyone else have questions of Mr. Wren on this one? Ms. Sumner, anything else to be said on this? Okay. You remember what our guidelines are? We take what staff give us, we can lower it, we can raise it, or I'll just say, where does the board stand on this one? Or any commissioner want to make a statement before we actually take a vote on, or get a motion on something?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins.
The new value they're recommending is $366,090.
Correct.
Her comparable value, she said, was $306,435, which would be a difference of about $29,800, making her tax value $336,262. I would motion that we do that, particularly based on the other homes that it was compared to, and no adjustments to the property in years, I believe she said, and so I would make a motion that the new tax value would be $336,262, a difference of about $30,000.
And you do understand that Mr. Wren pointed out that there was a considerable age difference between those comparisons and
I
her house
understand.
itself,
I understand.
as well as the fact that it didn't account for the fact that it'd been brick, which if he didn't account for, we don't need to be concerned with that. But I'd be more concerned with the age value and no adjustment been made there, and then he went back and did that in the second page he gave us. I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? Motion fails for lack of a second. Is there another motion could be put on the floor? If no one's willing to make a motion, I would make a motion as chair, which I'm allowed to do, that we again utilize what the staff has done here and utilize the value of $366,090 as a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
Aye.
Motion also carries on a 6-1 vote. Thank you.
And we just have one more appeal, and that is for a Jeffrey Lamb with property located at 1232 Lindsay Road.
I thought we had 4. We only have 3.
Just had 3.
Okay, I'm sorry. What is this address?
This is at 1232 Lindsay Road.
1232 Lindsay Road. Thank you.
Parcel 034354.
And the applicant's name?
The applicant is Jeffrey M. Lamb.
Last name?
Jeffrey Lamb,
Lamb,
L-A-M-M.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Lamb. Excuse me, it is now. Good afternoon, Mr. Lamb. How are you, sir?
All right. How you doing today?
We're doing good. Thank you for being here.
This is about some property I took control of on or about March of 2023. And it consists of 2 different plots. One is 10.93 acres, and the second one is a 1 acre plot, which does have a well and septic tank on it. But that's the one that is in question.
Is this vacant land, both of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
There is a mobile home on the acre of land, but that belongs to my brother.
Okay.
And I actually own the land. And the properties that I have compared it to, I don't live on that property. I'm just staying on it right now. My actual property I live at is 1016 Lakeshore Drive, Lakeland, Florida. But my wife went up and down Lindsay Road and got all the values of the properties that exist on that road now. And that's what I compared mine to. And I also compared it to my uncle, which is adjacent to the property. And the question is, the value of the land is valued for that 1 acre is $11,900. And as I went up and down this property on Lindsay Road, some of these values were a lot less and a lot more than what that 1 acre is. And those that were in acreage seemed to be less than someone having less than an acre of land. And I have here, if y'all like a copy of it, just to look over and go over it as I go through it. But I was asking for a reduction on that property from $11,900. And my uncle's property is like 3 acres, and let's see if I can find it. And it is 1228 Lindsay Road. And they got the property value for those 3 acres at $19,250. But if you divide that up, it's like $6,150.16. That's a lot of difference in $11,900 and $6,150. But I've been told the reason that the land was so high is because I don't have acreage. Person that has acreage, their property taxes seem to be less per acre if you divide it down. And as I pull one property up, it was like 0.82 acres, wasn't even an acre of land, but there was a home on it that had well and septic tank, power and all, just like this acre does. And it was valued at over $20,000.
The land was valued.
The land was valued at that. And this is with a home on it. And I reckon I just asked him to have a reduction on this $11,900.
And this is where the well and septic tank
Yeah,
is?
it has a well and septic tank. And it also has power as well. Yeah.
There's no road.
It is.
It's landlocked.
It's on the farthest back corner of the entire property. So the land is pretty much landlocked. It wouldn't do anybody any good unless they gave them some kind of easement on that property.
And it currently, in your opinion, does it have a legal access to it?
No, it does not.
Go ahead. Something else you wish to say?
Well, I'm just trying to compare everyone else's property with mine. That's my whole thing. Just trying to compare everybody else's up and down Lindsay Road.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to me the one that has acreage is the one that's coming out with a better deal than the man that has less acreage. I don't understand that. My question is, would I be better to go back and put that acre back in with the 10.93? Is it going to still be $11,900 for all of it, or just that 1 acre?
Well,
it was broke out like that for a
I'll let staff
reason.
answer that in a minute, yeah.
It was broke out like that for a reason. That was because my brother stays on that property.
I got you. All right. Any questions?
What do you do with the 10.93 acres?
I haven't done anything with it yet. I've just.
I mean, is it vacant land?
Yeah, it's all vacant land. All of it's vacant land.
Is that where the pond is, or is that?
Absolutely.
Where the pond is,
Yep.
okay. All right, any other questions? Mr. Lamb at this time? Thank you, sir.
And Jim Roundtree will step forward to present the staff recommendation.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Roundtree.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Lamb, for the presentation. We looked at this property, and it is a 1 acre tract, of course, and as Mr. Lamb said, there's a mobile home there. He does also have a camper there. Mr. McCoy did go visit this property and took a look at it. The comparables that were provided to us were agricultural type pricing. We consider in Nash County, when you cut out a lot like that, that's a lot of records. It also has the septic tank and well and electricity on it. I just did a little Marshall Swift survey as far as how much septic tanks and wells cost, and builders probably going to tell me it's probably, this is a range, but anyway, our latest Marshall and Swift guide said that a septic tank runs from $2,230 to $5,450, the well $2,500 to $6,750. If you Google search it, you get wells $3,750 to $15,300, depending on what, how deep they are and how shallow they are. Septic tank went from $2,000 to $20,000, depending on whether it's gravity or different things. So we say that lot, 1 acre lot, and plus the septic tank, that value is correct. The comparisons that we was doing was on agricultural land, where an acre or acre woodland is going to be a lot lower than a building site. We did discount this lot for being off the road by 30%. The property, as far as access, the property where the pond goes all the way to the road, there is access. I assume that's how he gets back there. The property in front of it is his uncle's that's got the access across the field. His uncle's lot, which we pulled out 1 acre of home site, just like we did on his, our pricing guide said it started at $17,000. We give Mr. Lamb's property a minus 30 to come up to $11,900. His uncle's 1 acre home site, even though he had additional acreage, was at $17,000. We give him a minus 20 adjustment because it's a little bit closer to the road for $13,600. So we feel like our pricing for $11,900 is correct. The property started off back in 2007 as far as being cut out. And it originally was owned by, I think Bill and Sandra, with your mom and dad. Okay. And so that's, pretty much what we feel like is a fair value. Mr. Lamb had on his appeal form that his value he was looking was $3,500. So we feel like the septic tank does add value to the property. And an acre of land that's already cut out is of more value than that amount. So.
You mentioned septic tank, you didn't mention well. It is a well there?
Well and septic tank.
Well and septic tank, okay. Oh, he asked a question. Would he be better off to go back and undivide this lot?
Yeah. On farmland in Nash County, the way they treat the farmland, when there's a septic tank and well, we have a mobile home hookup. That 1 acre would be, you'd have to do a recombination of putting it back into the farmland.
Right.
We have a lot of people that with subdivision lots, they want because they may be, still farming them, but when their lots are of record, they can sell them anytime.
Right.
As a lot. Mm-hmm. So it does have value,
So if he put it back in the other 11 acres,
yeah,
would it decrease the value of that acre?
Yeah, it would be at probably a less value.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the question he asked, okay.
So would that carry it back to farm use value if he combined them together?
Yeah, if he's got farm use on it, he's got ag use, if he qualified.
But what he needs to know is if he decides to break out a lot, he's got to go back and repay the taxes for 3 years on that. So he's,
Yeah, this one's not under the use value. This, I don't think his other property is under the use value. I don't. You got to have 10 acres of ag or 20 acres of woodland for use value.
He's using the term agriculture zone, not what it's used for. I don't think.
Yeah. The pricing is agriculture market, and then there's agriculture use value pricing.
None of this is in use value.
No.
Right. Any other questions, Mr. Roundtree, on this item? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any other discussion for the board before I call for a motion on this one? The only comment I would make is, knowing the cost of a well and septic tank these days, it is a value added to the lot based on having the well and septic tank, as everybody has said. All right. I'd entertain a motion on this item as well, whether to leave it as it is or a new value. leave it as it was told by staff, which is $11,900. Y'all not gonna make me make two
Mr.
motions.
Chairman, I move that we leave the value at the $11,900 figure.
All right, I have a motion to leave the value as recommended by the staff. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ariston. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
Aye.
Motion carries on a 6-1 vote. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. That is all of our appeals for this meeting, and all we would need now is a motion to recess the Board of E&R until the June 3rd meeting.
Okay. At this time, do you know if we have appeals scheduled for June the 3rd already?
We will have some. We're working on a couple of them right now.
Okay, all right. All right, at this time, I'd like to call for a motion to recess the Board of Equalization and Review until June the 3rd?
June 3rd.
June 3rd.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, and we will reconvene on June the 3rd at 11 o'clock again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you and your work, as well as your staff, as well as the consultants.
Thank you.
All right, if I'm not mistaken, we were down to the manager's report, and I'll call on our manager at this time to make her report.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The Nash County Soil and Water Conservation District is hosting their annual Catfish Luncheon this Thursday, May the 9th, at the Agriculture Center. So if you can join us for that, please do. The 26th Annual Nashville Blooming Festival is May 8th through 11th this week, with the festival parade on Saturday the 11th at 11:30. The festival will feature several live performances, a Mother of the Year contest, vendors, a carnival, and more. The carnival starts this Wednesday, the 8th, and there will be a street dance on Friday night, the 10th. Nash County offices will be closed at 2 p.m. on this Friday, May the 10th, for the festival. Each year, roads are closed to accommodate the festival, and becomes increasingly difficult for our citizens to access our services. The North Carolina Sweet Potato, or Nash County Sweet Potato Festival in Bailey is Saturday, May the 18th, from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Highlights of the event include craft vendors, a sweet potato recipe contest, a chicken wing cook-off, a classic car, truck, bike, and tractor show, a designated kids area, axe throwing, food trucks, and live music performances. There's a lot going on in May.
Are we throwing axes at food trucks?
We are not. No, those were to be separate items.
Two separate items, okay.
This month, there will be a second board meeting on Monday, May the 20th at 1:30, and we will host the graduation for the Citizens Academy at this meeting, along with a presentation of the recommended budget. Offices will be closed Monday, May 27th, in observance of Memorial Day. If you will hold May 30th from 6 p.m. to about 8:30 p.m. for the legislative dinner. Emily Moore is continuing to work on securing a location for that, and we will provide more information to come.
What are those times again? I'm sorry.
6 to 8:30 p.m. Monday, or no, I'm sorry, not Monday, May 30th, legislative dinner. And I am required to report to the board when we transfer funds from departments or contingency to cover expenses. And in April, we transferred $3,500 from public buildings and $6,343 from contingency to parks, facilities, equipment repair to cover the cost of relocation and repair of the septic pump line at Miracle Park at Coopers. So I wanted to share that information with the board. And then you have One more document in front of you that hasn't been addressed this morning that looks like this. It's titled Amendment of Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions. This signed document is needed to release payment for pending request for reimbursement for the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program for Hurricane Matthew damaged properties. We're anticipating receiving this document signed from the state this week, and we're requesting that you provide Chairman Davis with the authority to sign it once it arrives so that we can move forward with the closeout process. So these are homes that we've been working on. Nancy Nixon has been working on for through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, and our attorney has reviewed the document, and it is with the state right now, and we anticipate getting it back from the state with their signature, and we just need Chairman Davis to have the authorization to sign it once we receive it so we can continue to move forward with the reimbursement process.
Give me 1 second, let me find that.
And I don't know if our attorney wants to add any more to that, or I know you.
I can add, the covenants were put in place some time ago, and the state had requested that they be amended for a couple of minor changes, and this was to effectuate those minor changes. And again, this is something that Nancy had been working on for some time. And it was a slow process, but it is, they have reviewed the changes, we have reviewed the changes, and everybody is agreeable with those changes.
And are we saying you're giving me authorization to sign it once we get it back from the state, or do I sign what I got?
No, you don't sign what you have. You would sign the copy that we get from the state. We're anticipating receiving it this year. So I'm asking for a motion that the board approve your authority to sign that document when it's received.
I did indeed have it. It just took me a minute to put my hands on it. Thank you. It was 3 properties, if I remember correctly.
I think so.
And one of them ended up in Nash County's possession, and 2 of them with the town of Nashville.
I believe so. Was that Indian Trail?
Right.
Uh-huh.
That's correct, yes.
So those are going to belong to Nashville, the town of Nashville.
That is correct.
So the only one we have to maintain, which we are trying to do, is the one where you turn to go to Northern Nash, which people want to use as a dump sometime, but Mr. Boone has put a gate up, and that seems to be much better. Okay, I was just wondering what liability we accept, so it's only the one property. Any questions on this? Entertain a motion to do what the manager has asked, which gives me authority to sign this once it comes back from the state. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
And that's all I have.
All right. That completes anything else, the agenda for today. Anything else a commissioner wants to bring forward, or any comments? Not, I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session. The closed session is for the items of attorney-client privilege, personnel matters, and economic development.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Belfield to go into closed session. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Mr. Attorney, we expect to take any action after the closed session?
Yes, we do. There is one matter that we'll need to come back in and vote in public session for.
Okay, well, it will be under which item?
Under personnel.
Personnel matter, okay? All right.
May the 18th.
Then we'll open up the closed session in the Commissioners' conference room. Thank you.